So, good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you at this second edition of the Innovation Forum that was launched last year, the European Hydrogen Week. It's a different place. It's a different setting as well, because last year we were in Hezel. And you know that this year the format of the European Hydrogen Week was a little bit different, splitting between the high-level policy conference in the square and the Innovation Forum today and tomorrow here in Thon Hotel. But it's still the European Hydrogen Week, and we still have the same joint objective to accelerate the development of clean hydrogen technologies in Europe and to support a very strong value chain when it comes to industry and research in Europe, including startups. We are moving. We are moving from hype to pipe. And I would like to highlight another year of a lot of key achievement within the GU. So let's just name me a few. We are organizing now each year 4 flagship events. The Info Day, when we release our annual call with all the projects, it's usually in January. The Hydrogen Valley event, which took place in June and which will become a regular event every single year because the family of valleys is growing as well. The Innovation Forum, this one is the 3rd event, and it will be again next year during the European Hydrogen Week. And then let me remind you, and we'll be reminded as well during the day, that 24th and 25th of November, we will have the Research and Innovation Days for Hydrogen organized by the joint undertaking in downtown Brussels as well. We are very proud to share again with you that we've been very successful. The community of project has been very successful in 2025. All call received more than 200 applications. Last year we were already very happy with more than 160, so you can imagine the increase is even more amazing. But what is even more amazing is that nearly 60% of these applications were eligible and were successful. What does it mean? It means that even if we put a lot of money, 184 million euro in 2025, the total subsidies required by the plus 200 application reach nearly 7 times the amount that we put on the table. So when we have a lot of projects being eligible, we could maybe fund even more initiative. And I know that for some of you, it's very frustrating to be in the reserve list, but be patient. We cannot fund you all, but we found ways to maybe help you to move forward. We have selected 24 projects so far. We have also a confirmed interest in the Hydrogen Valley. So far we have funded 21 valley, 5 more will be added this year. So the family is growing, but what is even more important is that the geographical scope is expanding because we have new member states joining the Hydrogen Valley family. And it will be the first time this year that we will implement the step still. So my team is at your disposal to explain you what it is all about, but it will help you. It will help the projects that are not being funded by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership to find other ways to be funded or even to seek for complementary fundings. We also launched the Valley Facility. Let me remember you one target. Our target is to reach 50 valleys to be implemented by 2030. But with this H2 Valley facility, where we will help new valleys from scratch, we will help them to feasibility stage, or we will help valleys that are not fully set, but will help them to reach FID stage. Our goal is to add 40 valleys to be identified, to be supported by the end of 2030 as well. Now, when we look a little bit about our ecosystem and the context, Draghi's report, Lecca's report were already released a couple of months ago. We have a European Commission Competitiveness Compass. We have a Clean Industrial Deal. We have the announcement of a Competitiveness Fund. And that's one of the many reasons why it seems to us very appropriate to place this 2025 Innovation Forum under the theme Driving Europe's Competitiveness and Market Update for Clean with Research and Innovation in Clean Hydrogen Technology. We will, today and tomorrow, pay specific attention to two topics, competitiveness and startups. I do not want to disclose anymore. I want you to listen carefully to the exchanges with our distinguished guest speakers. And before we deep dive into the panels, without further ado, I would like to call on stage the chair of our governing board, Danica Maljković. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Good morning, all. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, dear innovators and partners. It is my great pleasure to be here today to welcome you to another Innovation Forum as a part of the European Hydrogen Week. I stand here before you today as an industry representative, but as well as Valerie mentioned, a chair of governing board of our Clean Hydrogen Partnership. This dual role reflects exactly why we are gathering here today, to unite Europe's industrial strength with viable governance structure for reaching our common ambition of clean energy production and decarbonization. What is in the heart of this? In the heart of this is innovation. And in the heart of hydrogen economy, we have innovation. It is what turns ideas into investments and investments into impact. Without it, hydrogen would remain a promising concept and not the proven technology we discussed today. In last year, Europe produced almost 8 million tons of hydrogen, while it had even larger capacities, reaching near to 12 million tons. We have, and we counted, 186 hydrogen refueling stations, little over 6,000 hydrogen-powered vehicles, and more than 500 hydrogen production sites. Yes, Europe has a proud tradition of leading in groundbreaking innovation. But hydrogen asks more of us. It requires not just fundamental research, but also market deployment and scale up. It challenges us to think about value chains, infrastructure, regulation, finance, and all of this at once. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership exists to support precisely this mission, accelerating research, development, and deployment so that the innovation does not stay in the laboratory, but reach consumers and citizens. Then we must also recognize the geopolitical reality in which we work. Clean, domestic energy is not just a commodity. It's a security, it's independence, it is resilience. The last few years have reminded Europe of how vulnerable we can be when our energy systems relies on external suppliers and volatile markets. Then hydrogen offers our path to independence. By harnessing Europe's renewable potential, by producing clean hydrogen domestically, and by building strong partnerships with our friends in the neighborhood, we reduce strategic dependencies. This is not just an environmental agenda anymore, it is a geopolitical one. Our competitors are moving fast, and global demands for clean hydrogen is accelerating. If Europe does not lead, others will define the rules, capture the markets, and shape the standards. So let us be honest, we are not there yet. There are hurdles we must overcome if the hydrogen economy is to deliver its promise. First, we have to deal with scale and cost. Our machinery in hydrogen ecosystem, electrolyzers, fuel cells, carriers, storages are still not competitive to other sources, especially fossil ones. Here we need to scale up, and this will drive the cost down. On the other hand, we should maybe rethink the market prices. Yesterday, at the closing of the high-level conference at the Hydrogen Week, Mr. Bernd Lang, I think, chairman of the Committee of the Industrial Trade of the European Parliament, mentioned that hydrogen cost is around €8. And I don't know if any of you drive electric cars, but sometimes I do. And this cost of kilowatt hour for hydrogen is actually sometimes, as far as I know how to calculate, lower than the cost that you get for the electricity for the fast charging cars. Secondly, we need infrastructure. So without pipelines, storage sites, refueling stations, and ports, hydrogen cannot flow where it is needed. The market will remain fragmented until Europe commits to building a truly integrated hydrogen backbone. Here we can again reflect on the electrification. It was somewhat easy because the infrastructure was actually already there. Third, market design and regulation. We know rules are complex. We from industry knew that from before. Now this is becoming vocal even in our regulatory sphere. Certification systems are not harmonized and cross-border trade remains difficult. We need clarity and simplicity. And finally, I see here a financial risk. Investors must see hydrogen as a bankable opportunity, not a technological gamble. Public and private finance must combine to de-risk early projects and attract capital at scale. This is what Clean Hydrogen Partnership does. These are serious challenges, we understand, but they're also solvable, and the benefits of succeeding could be transformative for Europe. We can decarbonize hard-to-abate sector, we can increase energy security, and we can take industrial leadership. So, however, no single company or no single country can build the hydrogen economy alone. Europe's strength is actually in collaboration, bringing together large industries and startups, SMEs, public authorities and private investors, scientists and policymakers, and that is the key, like we are doing here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, innovation has always been Europe's greatest strength. Now is the time to unleash it and show the world that Europe can achieve what it can when it chooses ambition over hesitation, unity over division, and action over inertia. Let's dare to take risks, to experiment, to move forward without the fear of failure. Thank you all for being here and wishing you a good day at this Innovation Forum.
Now, it is my pleasure to invite on stage Elena Martinez, member of the Cabinet of Commissioner Zaharyeva. So thank you very much for joining us today. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Valerie, Danica. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to address this Innovation Forum on behalf of Commissioner Zaharyeva, the Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation, and first Commissioner for Startups in the European Commission. Let me start with a clear message. Clean hydrogen remains a strategic priority of the European Commission. A true European hydrogen economy is crucial for several EU priorities: to strengthen the EU's competitiveness, as also emphasized by Mario Draghi, to strengthen our economy and autonomy, and to decarbonize our industries. And we have clear targets. The REPowerEU plan set the 2030 target to produce 10 million tons of domestic renewable energy hydrogen annually. And we also remain committed to double the number of hydrogen valleys in the EU. These are ambitious targets for which we need to continue investing in research and innovation and to coordinate our efforts with the national level. Our strategic energy technology plan aims to do exactly this, to coordinate between the European Commission and the Member States in supporting the development of clean energy technologies. And the revised plan introduces hydrogen as a new priority. And this collaboration between the EU and the Member States is therefore key to overcome the challenges that we're still facing. For example, the innovation gap we face vis-à-vis the United States and China, the insufficient adoption of new technologies by the European industry, and the high prices of electricity and electrolyzers. In our response to these challenges, the Commission has adopted several strategic documents, like the Competitiveness Compass, the Clean Industrial Deal, the Net Zero Industry Act, and the Startup and Scale-up Strategy, to name a few. And in the next month, Commissioner Zahareva will propose a European Innovation Act to streamline regulation for innovative companies and innovators. But this is not enough. Achieving the EU hydrogen strategy requires significant financial resources. We need to effectively bridge the funding gap from research to manufacturing and enable scaling up of key technologies, including those related to clean hydrogen. In this budget cycle, we have tools aiming at mobilizing investments and addressing investment gaps. We have InvestEU, the Innovation Fund, the European Innovation Council, Horizon Europe, of course, and STEP, the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform. They are achieving good results. The InvestEU alone has already mobilized more than 300 billion of private and public resources. And since its launch in 2021, the European Innovation Council has become a game changer, offering unique opportunities, funding opportunities to over 700 high-potential startups and establishing the largest deep tech investment fund in Europe. With this instrument in place, Europe has already nurtured a strong pipeline of deep tech companies, but demand for growth capital is expected to surge beyond 270 billion euros by 2025. To address this need, as highlighted by our President in her State of the Union address, we are partnering with private investors on a new multi-billion Scale Up Europe fund. This fund will have the scale to invest in a diversified portfolio in strategic tech areas, including artificial intelligence, clean tech, and quantum, to name just a few. By backing scale-ups in hydrogen technologies, the Scale Up Europe Fund will directly contribute to delivering the Clean Industrial Deal. And of course, the EU continues to support the Clean Hydrogen Partnership under Horizon Europe with 1.2 billion euros for hydrogen research and innovation projects and the Hydrogen Bank since 2023. But under the next EU budget, 2028 and 2035, we will need even more firepower to finance European competitiveness and support the development of our hydrogen economy. In July, the Commission published its proposals for the next multi-annual financial framework, including the proposal for a new European Competitiveness Fund. With a proposed budget of 451 billion euros, the fund is expected to mobilize 2 trillion euros of investments in technologies and sectors strategic for the EU. We will build on successful programs that I already mentioned, such as InvestEU and the European Innovation Council, to bring in private capital to invest in strategic technologies and sectors so that they are developed and produced in Europe. And the self-standing framework program for research and innovation will be tightly linked to the European Competitiveness Fund. We are proud of the proposed budget of the next Horizon Europe program of 175 billion euros, out of which a significant part will be dedicated to the clean transition and industrial decarbonization. Regarding the European partnerships, we will further rationalize the landscape. First, we aimed for a streamlined strategic portfolio in which each European partnership is an integral piece of a larger puzzle, delivering collective impact greater than the sum of individual parts. Second, their selection process will be rooted in robust evidence and clear, well-defined criteria. And third, we will make sure that engagement with European startups is fostered and boosted. The details on future financing opportunities in the next Horizon Europe will be widely discussed in the coming months with all of our partners. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, clean hydrogen remains a strategic priority of this Commission, and we are committed to further developing our European hydrogen economy. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful forum and a good exchange of ideas. Thank you very much.
But before, there's already a break. Okay, for those who did not have a time to have a coffee or tea or an orange juice, please enjoy. 30 minutes break. We're back in the room at 11. Thank you. I'm very happy. Most of the most of my colleagues in Italy. I'm just ready to
Good morning. I know there are still 3 minutes to go, but I prefer to start so that I can take more of your time with my introduction. So very happy to be here. Mirela Atanasiou is my name. I'm the head of operations and communications of the partnership, of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, for more than 17 years now, more than 10 as a head. So really my pleasure to drive you and to introduce to you, I would say directly, into the competitiveness matter, which we would like to drive all our discussions today and tomorrow. From all the angles, and you heard from my director, you heard from the cabinet, you heard from the industry. I think competitiveness matters, innovation matters, and I'm gonna just give you a bit of hints from what the Clean Hydrogen Partnership has done so far, but also something for the discussion to come, and like I said, for these 2 days. I'm very proud to see, again, both the industry and the Commission mentioning that innovation is in the heart of the hydrogen sector, and that's what our industry chair said. But also to say from the Commission that clean hydrogen remains strategic for the European Commission and for the EU. Really proud to say to hear that, and I'm going to build on this. Now, let's see if that works. Good. When we talk about competitiveness, at least me and my team, when we started thinking about that, we realized that we might not mean the same thing. Maybe something means for the industry, something means for the public, for the policymakers. And this is where I would like to, from our side, put on the table the different dimensions. We are not here to reinvent the wheel, of course, or to claim that alone we can define what competitiveness is. But for a joint undertaking like ours, it's important to operationalize this concept because it directly shapes the way we work. And you will see in a minute why. Competitiveness in hydrogen is not monodimensional. It rests on 2 main dimensions, as you can see there, feeding into each other. On the one industrial, like I also already said, and on the technical side, when we talk about technology, the competitiveness of our technology, and the other one, artificial if you want, in my opinion, but it helps to single out the indicators on the competitiveness when we talk about cost or European leadership. I also, with my team, look at what it is at stake when we talk about competitiveness, again, from our angle, from the innovation side. And we have, of course, as in any SWOT analysis, we look at the strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats. And if we talk about the strengths, we know very well that we still have a leadership on electrolysis. Manufacturers like Sunfire, ITM, Nel, they have benefited and they have developed their technology with our funds, with the innovation. They are at the forefront. With Repower EU targeting, of course, gigawatts of more than 60 gigawatts of electrolyzers to be installed by 2030. And of course, we know the 10 millions of tons to be produced locally and the others to be imported. In terms of patents, half of the world patents on electrolysis are held by Europeans. The reputation. We also know that European manufacturers emphasize quality, reliability, and sustainability as a differentiating factor or factors compared to the other parts of the world. But if we talk about weaknesses, we still depend on a lot of critical raw materials. We depend on platinum, we depend on iridium from other parts of the world. We have limited recycling options on which we still have to work. We have high cost still of hydrogen production compared to other parts of the world. And of course, we have still complex regulation in terms of permitting or regulatory frameworks, of course. We have also many opportunities in terms of job creation. We are estimating more than 1 million of jobs created by 2030, growing to 5.4 estimated by 2050. And of course, we can also position Europe as a renewable hydrogen hub in the context, in the worldwide context. And we have the right policies in terms of opportunities. We have the Net Zero Industrial Act, we have the Critical Materials Act, etc. And I will finish with the threats, which for me are extremely important, and it's to avoid precedents. I'm really scared, personally, that we may, I'm carefully choosing my words, we may lose this leadership as we did in photovoltaics or in batteries. And I think this is also to deal with our capacity to scale up and the strong industrial policies that we need. And I'm happy to see the Commission insisting and putting something in place for our scale-ups and SMEs. And you will hear from us also more tomorrow. Now, without going through all the slides, because I promised to be short, I just want to show few points which I would like you to think about and maybe discuss in the next panel. And I'm very happy to see the high-value panelists that will follow after my introduction. And just to say that, yes, it's multidimensional. It's when we talk about competitiveness, we cannot talk only about cost. We cannot talk only about technology. We cannot talk only about resilience. We cannot talk only about 100% made in Europe. We cannot talk about many, many things. But I strongly believe that we cannot talk about competitiveness without talking about innovation, without talking about research, because we are important in reducing the cost, in scaling up, and in producing, in offering sustainability solutions. And again, we have strong assets, but we face a global competition. Right now, more than maybe 5 years ago, 3 years ago, we face, due to the geopolitical context, supply chain risks, disruptions. And I think, and I believe strongly, because that's what I've done for more than 20 years, the partnership, working in partnership, working together, this is what Europe has the strongest. And I think the GU role is extremely important to continue to keep Europe as a leader, to continue to deliver good technology, to continue to solve all these issues that will keep, in the end, Europe competitive. So with that, I finish. And I would like to invite the moderator, Pere Margalef from SNAM. It's really a pleasure to have you with us here, and I let you, hopefully, continue on these points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mirella. Thank you, the JU, for inviting me to moderate this panel. It is an absolute pleasure. Thanks, Mirella, for setting the scene. I think you did a fantastic job. I will not be super long setting the scene again, because, of course, we want to hear about this topic from the panelists, which are very distinguished, and we'll introduce them in a minute. So, the session name is Fostering Innovation to Build a Competitive and Sustainable Clean Hydrogen Ecosystem. Basically, we will try to answer all the questions that we're all asking ourselves lately. Are we doing enough? Are we about to lose our advantage? Are we investing the money properly? Are we investing enough money on innovation? So we will talk about this. I think we are all aware that Europe has strong assets and still holds these strong assets. We have leading electrolyzer manufacturers. We have an advantage ahead on R&I because we started earlier than anyone else. So for decades, decades ago, we started investing on research for the hydrogen sector. So that gives us an advantage. And we have a regulatory push. We have a policy sector that's the politicians are pushing for hydrogen, and they're still pushing for hydrogen, and we need to take advantage of that. However, we also have clear vulnerabilities. We have a very complex permitting process and even more complex rules to make green hydrogen. I don't think we need to talk about this. We all are aware of the delegated acts and how complicated they are. That doesn't help. We have limited large-scale manufacturing capacity. On one hand, we have the politicians pushing for very ambitious targets. On the other hand, the manufacturing capabilities are not there yet. We need more gigafactories. We also have a limited risk appetite for venture. If you compare Europe with other regions in the world, like the US, for instance, they invest heavily on ventures, startups, innovation, with a more appetite for risk that we are lacking here in Europe, in my opinion. And we have a shortage of skills, specialized skills. I think I was hearing before that by 2030, there will be hundreds of thousands of jobs, new jobs created, or at least we're expecting that for the hydrogen sector. And we still need to educate, we still need to form a lot of skilled workers to be able to do all these projects that are coming. So, without further ado, I would like to invite the panelists. Please, if you can come up first, and I will introduce you once you take your seat. And please help me give them a round of applause. I will make a quick introduction to all of them. Then, of course, I will have questions prepared for them. At the very end, if we have time, I'm hoping to have a Q&A time, so you guys can also ask questions to the panelists. Let me introduce with the introduction. Let's start with Alice Rudzinski. Hi. She's the director of public funding at Life, which is one of the major players in hydrogen production in Europe. It's a French company, but it's a global company right now, and they produce renewable hydrogen. Alice has spent the last 10 years trying to securing public funding for research centers and universities in France, and now she's the director of public funding at Life. So thanks, Alice, for joining. We have Thon Hotel from ERM. He's a partner at ERM. I don't think ERM needs an introduction. It's one of the main consulting companies on the energy space, and I think probably us in the industry, we all know them and even work with them. And Tom is a partner. He holds a PhD in hydrogen energy economics, and he's been active in the hydrogen sector for more than 20 years. As you can imagine, from his position as a consultant in the hydrogen sector, he's seen everything, and he's seen a lot of projects and managed a lot of projects within the whole value chain. Then we have Julie Mogin. Hi, Julie. Here you are. She's the Deputy Director for Hydrogen Technologies at CEA. She holds a PhD in Material Science from the Grenoble Institute of Technology. Since 2005, she's been head of the solid oxide fuel cell, solid oxide electrolyzer testing and characterization research group at CEA. And she's also a TC1 leader. That's very important. That's the technical committee within the JU that manages hydrogen production technology. So she is responsible. She's helping the POs every year to define the topics and to publish the topics that we all as an industry and research community can benefit to do research projects. So she's well aware of how the process works, and I think her insights will be great. We have Johanna Leisling. Hi, Johanna. She's the VP Commercial of Hydropulse. And for those of you who don't know Hydropulse, Hydropulse is a new company that's 100% owned by ITM Power. Very, very exciting to hear about this new company and how are they going to overcome some of the hurdles that all the OEMs, all the electrolyzers are facing today. So welcome, Johanna. And last but not least, we have Nicolas Brahi. I think we all know Nicolas. If we've been in the sector for a few years, Nicolas probably has been longer than us. He spent more than 15 years in the sector. He's was in the team that founded and started the first JU, the Fuel Cell Hydrogen JU, which now evolved to the Clean Hydrogen Partnership JU. He's also co-founder and co-manager of Hydrogen Europe, which he started in 2016, and he was there until 2021 when he joined and co-founded Hy24, which is an infra fund that's managing 2 billion euros to invest on hydrogen infrastructure projects within the whole value chain. So as you can see, it's a very tenured group of panelists, and we're going to start with the questions, okay? So let's start with Alice. Well, I'll introduce myself too, because maybe you don't know me. I'm Pere Margalev. I work at SNAM. I'm director of decarbonization technologies at SNAM. For those of you who don't know SNAM, SNAM is the Italian TSO, and we are responsible of building a very strategic piece of infrastructure, which is the pipeline that will connect North Africa with Germany. It's called the South Corridor Project. It's a 3,300 kilometers pipeline that will transport 4 million tons of green hydrogen, as I said, from Algeria, Tunisia, all the way to Germany. And we're very committed to hydrogen, but as a midstream company, we know that without upstream and downstream, midstream doesn't make any sense. So we need to also enable and help the upstream and the downstream sectors, otherwise we have no use. And that's why we're very engaged with the JU, because we think that these upstream and downstream sectors have to be enabled still and still require a lot of research and innovation. That's why we're very involved with the JU. In fact, I'm TC2 leader, and that's why I know Julie so well, because we together push for the topics and work with the PO to publish the topics on time every year. So Alice, public funding clearly plays a big role in your business model still. From your perspective, are the instruments that we have at the European level, but also at your country, the countries you are actually developing projects, and I want to say France because you have projects everywhere, but are the instruments well suited to help reach FID today?
It works, yes.
Yes.
So, yes, so just as an introduction for those who don't know life, we are a renewable hydrogen producer. We've been created 6 years ago, so we are a young company. We are a pure player in the hydrogen production sector. So it's our only activity to design, develop, construct, and operate hydrogen production sites. So just as an introduction, because
you're technology agnostic.
I think it's really important to
Yes.
say from where I speak and what's the history of this company. So we've been created from scratch 6 years ago. So for sure, public funding is very important for us. And the support of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership has been really important, and we are collaborating in several projects. But as an introduction, yes, on the public funding side, yes, for sure, there is a lot of opportunities, and this is a very good point. And you're true, the massive subsidies that are being put in place now with the European Hydrogen Bank, the national mechanism to support hydrogen production, and the Innovation Fund, and all the different funds that are existing are essential for the development of the sector. But it's not enough to reach FIDs, and it's really important to note that we need subsidies. But for now, for example, just to give a key figure, at Life, when we are investing €5 of private money, we invest €1 of subsidies. So it's very important to say that the main bottlenecks that we have today is not the subsidies. We are quite successful in securing subsidies, and it's good to have subsidies for, especially for RFNBO production, because we are a renewable hydrogen producer first, even if we don't exclude to produce also low carbon hydrogen following the delegated act that will be soon adopted. But yeah, it's important to say that we need long-term certainty on the market. We need long-term stability on the regulatory framework. We need the infrastructure to be developed to have long-term visibility on the development we have. I just wanted to say that yes, we have right now 22 megawatts that we are already operating, 33 in construction. advanced projects that are now more than 500 megawatt. For these projects, we are expecting to take an FID in the coming month if the conditions are met. But we have a commercial pipeline of 9 gigawatt. So we are really developing our project all over Europe. We have people in offices in 7 countries now, projects in 11 countries. But yeah, we have this pipeline, and yes, the main bottleneck and the main obstacle for FIDs today is not on the public funding side, I think, even if we can come back to this later, but we need to improve the funding instruments that are in place, because we need more funds, we need more flexible funds, and we need also, I think, for the hydrogen bank, we can talk about that a bit, but I think it's really important for the third auction to have a real debate on what are the terms and conditions that we need to have projects really taking FIDs. You saw the results. One of the major projects of the first auction terminated its contract. We have 7 projects from the second auction who withdrew from the process to sign the grant agreement. So it's a real problem. The conditions are not the good ones for players now to reach rapidly FIDs. So it's important, yes, to work on the funding side. But I would say that it's really, what is really urgent is to stabilize the regulatory framework and to give the private actors the long-term visibility they need on this emerging market.
Thank you. There are 2 figures that caught my attention. One is the 5-to-1 ratio. 5 of private funding comes with 1 of public funding.
Yes.
And the 9 gigawatts in the pipeline. That's amazing. We can talk about this later, because otherwise we won't have time. But I'm curious on the 9 gigawatts. As we said before, the limited manufacturing capacity, it's a lot of gigawatts. So I'm wondering if you're already suffering the fact that who's going to produce all these 9 gigawatts of electrolyzers?
No, it's not a problem, and we, you saw the letter from the 8 OEMs, the electrolyzer manufacturer, that they published 2 days ago. They are suffering from the cancellation of projects today. So I think it's important to say the problem is not the manufacturing capacity we have in Europe. We have the champions. Mirella told it, and we have the champions. We have the industrials we need in Europe to be the champions, but we need to accelerate. Okay. This is not a problem.
Thank you. Johanna, Hydropulse. Can you explain, because it's a very new company, so can you give us a brief overview of the Hydropulse new company from ITM?
Yes, of course. I would love to give you a brief introduction about Hydropulse. So as you stated correctly, Hydropulse is a very new announced company. So we have been announced end of June this year. We are 100% subsidiary of ITM Power PLC. And what Hydropulse is doing, we offer innovative build, own, operate business model. So what does it mean? We take ITM's market-leading containerized electrolysis, and then we build, own, operate them, and offer our customers hydrogen as a service or infrastructure as a service. So these are our innovative business model. And I think this is very important, because we have seen in the past that many projects are getting stopped because all the risks are sitting at the end customer. And this is exactly how we are overcoming these hurdles. Often guarantees are needed in terms of technology. Often also like projects need to become bankable, and all alongside with that, this is not easy. So we have confidence in our technology, and therefore we can offer these kind of business models at zero capex, zero technology risk, and zero operative risk for the client. So the customer or the client, the off-taker, can do or focus on those things which they can do best, and be supporting along the value chain also this kind of hydrogen ramp up. Let me say one further thing, since we have containerized electrolysis, often this demand grows not that fast as we thought, but with our containerized systems, 2 and 5 megawatt, we can scale on a modular basis. And I think this is very charming in order to get the market up and running and get capacity on the ground. I think that's very important. So, and this is what Hydropulse is doing.
That's very, very interesting. For the ones for us or that have been working on the fuel cell sector on the high temperature, which is my case for many years, we all know of the PPAs. It sounds to me that this is like an HPA, like a hydrogen purchase agreement. Can we call it like this? That's what you offer to your customer?
Yes, somehow, but in different settings. As I've mentioned, depends a little bit on the demand profile of our customers, and of course, on the appetite to grow.
So you build on and operate the system you bring it to the final user, and then you sell the molecule. They
Absolutely.
bring the electricity to the project, and you sell the molecule to them under an agreement.
What we actually sell is high purity hydrogen at 30 bar at the end of the electrolysis.
Okay, that's very, very interesting and very, I think, maybe hopefully game-changing now. I'm also wondering, this requires a lot of financing muscle, no? Because if you have to finance all these projects, those are not cheap projects, especially if you go at the megawatt scale. How easy it's been to be able to do to build up this financial muscle? Is it coming from private investors? Is it coming from public funding? How is it arranged?
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, it's, as you stated correctly, that needs a lot of upfront investment overall. But as we mentioned, first of all, you need to have a product, right? And as I stated, we have a containerized system, which is in place and is already like proven. There's a lot of experience behind. Right. So I think that's the first thing where you can start. And then from there, with that confidence, as I've mentioned, you can start on a smaller scale. Yeah, you don't need already to think about in these large quantities if you're thinking about containers. However, we have also other products in place where you can also scale. And I think I want also to mention that also ITM is also proud to say that ITM is having, at the end of the year, a 3-digit electrolysis system up and running, right? I mean, this is also something which we can state. Yeah, however, alongside with these kind of systems, I mean, we're doing that together with our customers, right? We need also to have a longer view on this kind of development. And as I've mentioned, all along goes with the demand. If there's a demand, we can enable this kind of upfront investments. And with more demand, if we can start on a kind of scaled approach, on a modular approach, I'm confident also the demand is growing and also the ecosystem around. And that enables also further projects, and we get that kind of stability in the system. And with that, we can, of course, do this upfront investment, getting also more load into our factories, of course, alongside also the big projects. And then also with our decentralized approach, we are also interesting for also those who don't have access to pipelines or easy import supply chains. I think that's also something which we need to take in consideration, because there are also more industry players who want also to decarbonize their businesses.
Congratulations. No, I wish you the best, and I'm sure that if this model works, more companies will follow, and I'm sure that between all the industry that follow this type of business model, we'll be able to mobilize a lot of capital, which is what we need as well. Tom, welcome. When I look at your profile and your curriculum, it looks like you're a man who's seen it all already. So after all these years, working in the hydrogen space, I have a very generic question for you ready, and I'm very interested in your perspective and your answer. So, looking at Europe's position globally, do you think our early innovation advantage is enough to secure long-term leadership, or there are signs that other regions are catching up in ways we should be worried about?
Thanks, Barry. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Europe has got this kind of perceived leadership position, particularly in the electrolyzer space and in the hydrogen production space. So, and I think we've demonstrated in Europe our ability to innovate at the technology level, but actually also, interestingly, starting to innovate also at the service level. And Hydropulse is a really good example of that. And, you know, we have technology companies today, let's take ITM as the example, since we have a representative here on the panel, you know, doing great things in terms of trying to up current density, to improve efficiency, to reduce form factor, etc. And these are great, you know, these are great innovations and they should be encouraged. But I think the challenge we face is that right now, the battleground, I think, is around competitiveness, cost competitiveness, and reliability. And that kind of speaks to things like settled designs, actually not too much innovation in design necessarily, innovation in manufacturing, importantly, strong service and maintenance networks. These are all the things that are going to help to deliver low cost, or indeed, new business models, perhaps, where you say, okay, let's offer it as hydrogen as a service. So these are sorts of things that kind of are the enemy, if you like, of innovation at the product level. And there is a danger of innovating almost too much at the product level and not enough at the manufacturing level or at the service level or at the business model level. And I think what we've seen in other regions, notably in China, is quite a single-minded focus on scaling up, some innovation in manufacturing to drive costs down, a lot of learning by doing through a lot of rollout in the domestic market in particular. And yes, we might say they're working from fairly old-fashioned designs, but there has been some innovation in design too. They've moved from non-pressurized to pressurized alkaline products and have done that in a measured way. That means they can roll out products that are good, well-priced and reliable as well. So I think what there's a lot to be learned from that. I don't think we should really be thinking of, well, it's Europe versus the rest of the world. I think it would be a mistake to take a parochial view like that. And actually what we need to think about is, okay, so what brings most economic benefit to Europe? What kind of structures can we imagine that involve potentially local OEMs and OEMs from outside of the region, and how they can... sorry, apologies. And I hope everybody could hear me anyway, but that presumably is a little better. So I think we're wrong to take a parochial view, wrong to take a view of, oh, well, it's us versus them. Let's see where we can learn from the international experience, where the international players can learn from our own experience to ultimately drive the final goal, which surely is to have hydrogen production which is at a cost which is competitive with other alternatives for decarbonisation. And so, we should continue to innovate in Europe. There's, that absolutely should be part of the strategy. And I believe that there is still great innovation going on, but that innovation needs to be driven by customer need. It's really important that we're not innovating for innovation's sake, and I think there has been some of that in Europe, and we should really be thinking about, okay, what delivers lowest TCO for our customers? What delivers most reliability and highest bankability? If we're innovating to satisfy those needs, then I think we're on the right track.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, I think we all can think the same, but at the same time, Europe is still leading a lot of different technologies on hydrogen production, like high temperature electrolysis and even other technologies that are not as mature. We're leading. The question is, do we continue focusing on that, or we just focus on what we think is going to help us lower the TCO or the levelized cost of hydrogen on more conventional technologies? That's a question that's very pertinent to this panel.
Absolutely, and I think, innovation must be customer driven. Ultimately, it has to satisfy the needs of the customer, and I think we should in Europe continue to invest in newer technologies which are coming around the corner. But let's be honest, that sort of innovation is also happening elsewhere. We have seen, for example, AEM technology being adopted, trialed in China. So, we are in these newer technologies, we are seeing some of that innovation happening elsewhere as well. So I don't see any issue with continuing with those programs of technological development and innovation. But ultimately, we have to think about, what is it delivering in terms of the customer need? And if we lose sight of that, we're innovating for its own sake, and really that doesn't lead us anywhere very useful, I think.
No, maybe the way to look at this is like we have these conventional technologies that may or will be able to turn hydrogen, green hydrogen, into a commodity that can be alkaline, where, you know, can help sectors where space is not an issue or there is no waste heat, and they just need very, very cheap hydrogen. But then there are other technologies that will be tailored for specific sectors, you know, like high temperature electrolysis, when you can capture waste heat. And I think that's a really good segue to our next speaker, Julie, Deputy Director of CEA. Julie's been working actually for many years on high temperature electrolysis, solid oxide precisely. So Julie, from your perspective at CEA, how well is Europe positioned in terms of the next generation hydrogen technologies? Are we leading in the right areas, or we're missing some critical gaps that we should also tackle and we're not tackling? No.
Yes, this one works. Yes, so that's a very good question. I think in Europe, overall, we have a very good industrial ecosystem in the field of hydrogen, from startup, SMEs, global companies on the whole value chain. We can mention that, production, storage and transport and use, and that's really a strength. And for, if we consider hydrogen production with electrolyzers, we have big players in the mature technologies, as you said, alkaline and PEM, but also on the newcomers, solid oxide, AEM, and also protonic conducting ceramics as well. Just for the figures, you was wondering if we would be able to produce the electrolyzer we will need for the 9 gigawatts. In Europe, we have 12 megawatts of production annual capacity per year, and including 1.5 for anion exchange membrane and solid oxide. So that's a good ratio, considering it's gigawatts. Gigawatts.
20 gigawatts production.
It's 12 gigawatts of annual electrolyzer capacity altogether, and 1.5 for the new technologies like anion exchange membrane and solid oxide.
Okay, so 10%, a
yes,
little more than
roughly
10% is for...
But it's already good because it's a technology with a lower level of maturity, and considering the good potential they have in terms of no noble catalyst, it can resolve the critical raw material aspect that Mirella mentioned, and also the high efficiency for the solid oxide. I think that's good strength for Europe. But at the same time, if we want to be, let's say, honest with ourselves, the rest of the world is progressing quite a lot as well. Roughly 60% of the production capacity is in Asia. So Europe has a share, but it's not the big piece. And also for the deployment of electrolyzers, just for a few figures, in 2020, I think 40% were in Europe. Now, this year, it's only less than 20%. So the rest of the world is progressing quite a lot. So there is a risk that we lose our leadership. That's clear. And we have to work on some challenges that exist. And those challenges that are technical, of course. For instance, we lack quite a lot of return on experiments on big electrolyzers or big units. And sometimes it could prevent the investors to take the final investment decision because they take a risk. They do not know if it will really work, especially if you want to operate them dynamically with the renewables. Then you never know exactly how it will work. So that's something we should probably work more on the technical aspect. And also, of course, there is the economical aspect that we mentioned before. We still have to work to decrease the cost of the technologies by different aspects, manufacturing, of course, but also from the innovation side. We can do better to decrease the noble materials, to recycle, to do all of these things. I think we have some good knowledge in Europe for that, but we have to continue and not to, let's say, relax and say we've done everything already. And it was also mentioned by other speakers, the regulatory aspects is a big problem. And I personally believe that we should make sure that replication of the project would be easier and quicker. And in most of the cases now, if you want to go from one place to another, you have to redo all the preliminary study, blah, blah, including in one single country. And I can speak about France. Sometimes from one region to another, the rules are not exactly the same. So that's another aspect that we should work on. There is maybe a little bit less of innovation on that, but there could be, for instance, for the safety aspect, the innovation can really work on that in order to make the technology safer, with more control, more sensors and everything. So I think to make the long story short, I think we have very good positive points in Europe, but we should not say that we are the best. We have to continue because all the rest of the world is also progressing in the same way and sometimes quicker.
I agree. On this last point, I think it's very important on the regulation and the process and the permitting. I think the JU actually has been funding out of pre-normative research projects, which are very, very important and are still needed because they help to unify the regulations and to basically create these new standards that they don't exist today. So we need to do this pre-normative research, and the JU has been funding for the last years a lot of these projects on all the different parts of the supply chain. Okay, thanks, Julie. We'll come back. Nicolas, now you are on the side of the investor. You've been on the public sector before with this, not the public sector, but on the association, on the JU, and you know exactly how this engine works. Now you are on the other side, trying to look for bankable projects, trying to look for projects that you can invest, and you want to invest, and they have to be good projects, otherwise you don't want to invest. But you invest globally, you don't invest just in Europe. So my question is, when you look at Europe, what could be the one change, regulatory, financial, or industrial, that could improve our competitiveness in hydrogen and make the projects more attractive for investors like you and your peers?
Okay, thank you. I would say two basic and common sense things, and then I will try to illustrate and see if we have enough time to present both or only one. But one would be speed, and the other one would be consistency in time in public support. I try to give quickly two examples. Speed. The fastest and the biggest way to put green hydrogen in Europe is in refineries. Europe voted RED II in December 2018, saying that you should have some hydrogen in refineries. Then we amend RED II to do RED III. Then you need transpose RED III in national law. The deadline for transposing RED III in deadline was May 2025. Today, one country has finalized the transposition.
Which
and
is?
We wait, Romania, but in Denmark, but Romania think to amend it. So you see that. So you imagine we vote the text of the regulation to say that in December 2018. Transposing the text is not yet done. Today we are in 2027. Think about it. This is. It's not lost because the member states still have to finalize their transposition. Some of them are finalizing now. Some of them have very good text. Some of them have very bad text, trying to do the strict minimum and even the lower, a bit lower than the minimum. And some of them are average. But just trying to simplify and implement faster what we decide, it's a common sense, it's the stupid thing. There's not much innovation, what I'm saying, but it's absolutely necessary. And as long as this text is not transposed, I can tell you, I cannot push the button invest. So we are stupidly waiting there. The second thing is consistency over time. I will take something which starts as a success story and which ends up as a tragedy quasi. The GU supported fuel cell company and support a company like, for example, Symbio, to take an example, and to support another company, which is ISETCO, which is running fleet. So you're very good, you support the two. Then very good, you manage to have CEF supporting in complement these things. And then we managed to have an IPCEI. Suddenly, Europe is ready to do industrial policies. Huge amount of money have been put to make a factory of fuel cells, a factory of tank with another company, and a few other things like that. Ready to be a champion. Symbio has the most beautiful fuel cell factory in Europe and maybe in the world. This year, the French government published the strategy for hydrogen, a revised strategy. It says mobility makes no sense, literally. The same week, they publish a support scheme to put 1,000 fuel cell van on so the same government, the same week, right? Things. So I don't want to bash the French. Just an example. I can give you example in Germany or in other countries if you prefer. Then the same government 2 months later stopped the zero emission zone in Paris that were the policy driver to put hydrogen vehicles and things like that. And then you have all these rumors in Brussels that we may revise the CO2 standards and actually we may postpone and so actually you may not need. And suddenly you have an OEM, the last OEM I was believing, say, well, in the end, you know what? My priority is to put V8 in the market in the US and hybrid cars here, and I stop the fuel cell thing. And then you have the most beautiful factory of fuel cell, which is, say, what am I doing? They have a few other clients, but it's a complete shock. I am investing in the company which runs the vehicles in Paris that was supposed to put on the road this 1,000 vehicles, or at least a big share of them. What do? We are stopped completely. So we have a successful story of European administration working together, the French government with an IPSAID, so it's supported by Europe and coordinate, doing a perfect story. Then a moment of hesitation, you take bad news, and then an OEM is taking fear, saying, oh, I go back to my basic business, and we stop everything. But I hope we will recover from that. But the lack of consistency is a huge problem. I can give you the same example in Germany, but I will not. I have not enough time. But this is absolutely key. Another example of consistency. Surprisingly, one of the sectors that has the most traction for investment in hydrogen is to make aviation fuel. We have a fantastic regulation for aviation fuel. But it's quite expensive to do aviation fuel with hydrogen, and you start to have rumors, lobby, that we may revise the target for aviation fuel. If these rumors continue, it's an absolute killer. You cannot invest if you have rumors that the regulation that supports your case is going to remove. Consistency is very important. Last example, just to pick my hat of investors, most of the company we are talking here, they absolutely need to find quickly a market and to be able to raise money. Because doing what she wants to do, it costs a lot of money, and you need to be able to raise money. If you have plenty of rumor telling you hydrogen is not working and things like that, I can tell you it's impossible to raise money. In 2021, 22, 22, you could raise money relatively easily. No, it's an absolute nightmare to raise money because the rumors are negative. So consistency over time is, and to keep pushing things like is absolutely necessary. And when we always talk about the Chinese, with a lot of mythology, they have one thing that they are good at is to be consistent over time. I stop here.
I completely agree. Now, how can we solve this? Is this just the European nature? That's how we are. We are overcomplicating things, and we're 27 different countries, and we go on our own. What do we need? Do we need? This is a question open for everyone, whoever wants to take it. Do we need a very strong leadership here in Brussels? Do we need to be more independent each country? What's needed?
But
well, I mean, I would say first of all, yeah, the industry players and of course the off-takers, right? And I think that was already said because often we think too complicated. Yeah, first of all, we have to have regulations and we have to do many things beforehand, but I think we need to think sometimes from the back end, so the off-taker, the customer, yeah, those who need hydrogen, so and how we can make that happen, pull it a little bit through the supply chain rather than push it through. I think that's the first thing what you need to consider. And then I think doing things gives also further understanding and learning instead of doing everything on the paper and the regulations. So I think sometimes we need an overall framework with a clear target, with clarity where we want to go, but then enough flexibility to develop and improve on the way. Because I think sometimes that's missing. Some programs are very narrow-sighted to specific things only, but not open space to do nice things and get started. Yeah, I think sometimes these things are missing, and I think enable the industry to do the best little tiny thing we can do, yeah, the first element in the periodic system in order to decarbonize our businesses. And I think that should be key, what we should focusing at to get it done or to get it started instead of debating and learn from there.
Anyone else wants to take on that?
I can take just to go in the same way Nicola was going. I think that to reduce also the complexity, we need to stick to the lead markets concept is also very good, because to launch the clean hydrogen economy, now I think that we have a consensus on what are the markets. You talked about refineries, we can talk about the chemical industry, we can talk about the steel. We know where clean hydrogen is really making sense, where it's easier to develop the uptake. So we need also to take this concept to better align the regulatory issues we have, the supports we have. Because what we need to kickstart the market is to create trust. And we need trust, we need long-term vision, we need to create the confidence of the investor, of the financial investors, and to create the confidence of the trust of financial investors, we need to create trust of the clients, so of the off-takers, of the hydrogen off-takers. And I think that this concept of lead market in the clean industrial deal is a good entry point to do that, in order to better align the subsidies program, the regulatory framework we have, and the market incentives that are being put in place. The example of RED III is really, really the good one, because it's exactly what everyone was expecting in the market, to have these concrete measures put in place at national level, because this is really what creates the market today. Everybody knows that the funding gap between clean hydrogen solutions and current fossil solution is still high, so that we need subsidies for sure, but we need also this market-driven mechanism to really create those markets. And it's, yes, really a mess not to have these measures in place, and it's really urgent to have a clear understanding of what will happen in the future. And I think, yes, it's important for the transport sector, but it's also very important for the industry sector. You have in the RED III the target of 42% RFNBO hydrogen in the industry. All the member states, the ones we were expecting to take decisions on that, they all said, no, it's not feasible, so we won't put any measures in place. And it's really what's expected to create the market, because it's where we have the most important market shares to take. So, yeah, just to say that, yeah, it's fragmented, yes, it's complicated, but we have solutions, and we need to accelerate the solutions now.
Looks like Nicolas is ready, yes.
Okay. But there are plenty of things that you can do that does not cost a huge amount of money, simply if you do it differently. So we have a sort of addiction to competition and uncertainty. So typically you take the European Bank. You have the first fantastic tool in many sense, but the first call, it was oversubscribed by 15 times. So it means that you have 40, for each winner, you have 14 companies that have spent a month, paid consultant, used their time, their staff at doing that rather than doing something else, to apply for nothing. Then there was such a huge competition compared to the available budget that people say, oh, actually, I don't ask the money I need, I ask the money I think I need to put to win. So of course, you have some winners that have asked 47 cents. It's impossible to make a project for 47 cents. They drop, and then we go to the next one in line. Second, we do the RED III certificate. For transport, it will be good. Still, the value of the certificate is awfully complicated to predict. So I can tell you, in an investment committee, you come and you say, I put the certificate at €4 a kilo. Your colleagues in the investment committee, I don't believe you, it will be 4, put 2. At 2, the project does not fly, and you lose half of the influence. Why are we not able to say, this is what you need to do, if you do it, you get €2 a kilo, full stop? Is it complicated to do that? I don't see why it's complicated. The US managed to do it. they reduce the program, unfortunately, but why are we not able to do things like this? So then you say, well, we are in Europe, this is the point. Still, as a civil servant, you can find solutions. The German, in transposing the Red Tree, they're at least trying to put a mechanism where they ensure that the value of the certificate cannot collapse. Because if there are too many people providing hydrogen, they will simply increase the target the year after. So you have a bit of certainty that the certificate, there is no risk of collapse. Again, this is not theory. The value of the certificate, the projected value of the certificate of Red Tree in Germany in the past has gone from 9 euro to 3 euro to now back to 7 or 8. It's awfully complicated to make an investment decision with this. Another example, sorry, I'm long, but California had the same certificate, so they are not always better. They had the same logic. We saw literally a company whose valuation was $1 billion because the certificate was at 16 euro. 2 years later, they came to us to ask if we could help them and save them from bankruptcy because the certificate was at $5 or $6. I mean, this is, we need to design things in a much more predictable way so that we can do that. And I don't think it costs more money to make it predictable than unpredictable.
Anyone else wants to comment on that?
I could just make a sort of supplementary comment, and I agree with everything that's been said. One of the things that I think is now emerging as being really important is the ability to draw in debt financing into the sector. We've relied, primarily on projects being balance sheet finance plus, grants from you or whatever, and there's actually quite a lot more needs to happen to bring the lenders into the market. There's a lot of lenders out there, I think, who would like to project finance hydrogen projects, or certainly say they would like to finance those projects, but they cannot, on the basis of the evidence today, which is not sufficient, because there are not enough projects out there that have proven themselves, to come in and go to their investment committees and say, yep, we're going to lend against this project. And so I think there are some additional things that the industry need to do. I think it's very easy to kind of point the finger at government, at the EU for not supporting projects sufficiently or being inconsistent in policy, and I accept that those things are often not helpful, but actually I think there are also some things that the industry needs to do to focus on reliability, to focus on innovation in servicing and maintenance, just getting running hours in projects and demonstrating product durabilities and these sorts of things that will also be important in terms of getting that debt financing into the market, because this industry will not fly without debt financing. It's not going to get all equity finance for sure, 100%.
And just a short positive note on that. I just want to say that Life secured a 53 million debt financing for the 22 megawatts I was talking about at the beginning. So I think it's good also to say that it's feasible today in this context, with a lot of energy and time, and also, yes, spending a lot of time explaining things because of this complex context and regulatory environment, but it's feasible, just to say that.
Thanks for that note, positive note. No, and I appreciate Tom's comment, because I think we kind of went away a little bit on the regulatory side, business side, and market side, and we kind of forgot that we are here for the innovation side of things and research. And as Tom said, we cannot forget to push. We cannot stop pushing. We need to push to make all these projects, conventional or new projects, or conventional technologies or new technologies, more reliable, more bankable. And yes, of course, in parallel, we need to push the regulators to make things easier, to make things that makes more common sense, as Nicolas was saying. As we promised, we have 4 minutes for Q&A, maybe a couple of questions. If anyone, I see Hans' hand, so Hans will go first. And if anyone has And another question there. So let's start with Hans. If someone can give him a microphone. Can you introduce yourself, Hans, and ask the question and address the question to the
panel? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very interesting and relevant panel. And I've been thinking of the perspective of where I come from, Hans Rasmussen from ERIC, European Research Institute for Gas and Energy Innovation. And our background is from the natural gas industry, which I regard is already a potential very nice hydrogen carrier, already established all over Europe. And when one discussed the relation between renewable hydrogen and low carbon hydrogen, often the conflict of interest is articulated, potential cannibalism, while from my point of view, I could see a great synergy in order to establish the rollout of affordable, large volume of hydrogen, making the market available, rollout of hydrogen technologies that would increase total demand and thus also benefit clean hydrogen. So I would be interested to learn what kind of synergies the panel see between these two options that could work together in an overall strategy for the hydrogen economy in Europe.
Thanks, Hans. Very good question. Who wants to take it?
Your question is whether we are open or not to blue hydrogen.
Are they competing or they can help each other, basically?
I mean, we are open to all sorts of zero emission or very low emission hydrogen. Then you indeed may need to check that one will not endanger the other. So you need to adapt your support so that you allow space for both and you don't oppose. But I don't think we are in a war of religion that we need to choose one religion against the other.
I mean, first of all, hydrogen doesn't have a color in the sense of it's an
like
invisible molecule, right? I mean, this color coding comes from the different schemes, of course, and it depends on the markets where you are and the needs and the volumes, right? I mean, at least, first of all, let's think we want to do hydrogen. There's a certain pragmatism, and I think all the different technologies and the ways to produce different color-coded molecules might make sense under different circumstances, right? I mean, if you want to follow a renewable demand profile and want to secure this kind or stop curtailed power, then I think renewable hydrogen makes sense, right? But maybe there might be also other needs in terms of get load into pipelines or something like that, and you can do that easily. Yeah? Maybe there might be other things to start with and then to develop over time. It can be also maybe something to start with, but yeah, many ways to do it, yeah, and I think we should not stop in doing. I think that's the key message, since hydrogen is a pragmatic molecule, yeah, as I want to mention, it does not have the color. We give them this kind of framing somehow.
I think we could keep talking about the low carbon hydrogen versus renewable hydrogen, but there are more questions. I think we have time for one more question because it's already 12. He raised his hand first. If he still has a question. You do? And then if we have time, we'll go to you, okay? Okay.
We'll have less time for lunch.
Okay, if everyone is okay with that, we can take your question.
There was also a question there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Krishna and I'm from Fertiglobe. So I'm looking at this from a regulatory perspective, right? So we have two parts here. One, which is the red, which is supposedly creating demand, but also because of the regulatory uncertainties we see, we have two camps. One which is a lot more focused on subsidies like Germany, and other camps which are a lot more focused on industry obligations, right? And also at the same time, we have the Low Carbon Fuel Delegated Act coming out and the IMO goal-based fuel standard. So with all of these put together, do you see a horizon for more demand for hydrogen technologies, especially electrolyzer technologies, because of this regulatory demand? Or do you think that, like the red, there are a lot of iterations to go before we can establish a strong demand?
If I can make just a small comment, because in answering the questions, I always give an example which is a bit negative and criticizing the EU and things like that. Because if you want to improve something, you're obliged to put the light on something that does not work. But I mean, the mood is not as negative. Actually, the speech are much more negative than the reality, because in fact, many projects are progressing, FIDs are taken, and actually we are progressing at a decent speed if you compare to other technologies in history. So there is no reason to be depressed, but we are all a bit depressed again because we had extremely high ambitions a few years ago, and because we have the impression that there's an extra potential which is wasted. But still, the base of what is happening today is quite fast and speed, and if you read being the IAEA report or the Hydrogen Council, we are taking FID for 110 billion this year, so last year. So it is substantial and not nothing. Simply there is a potential to do more, and some of us will suffer from the fact that we have bet to do more than what we do. So we are all of us, I think, in a sometimes difficult situation, but still the mood is very positive. The reality, sorry, is more positive. So it does not really answer your question, but I wanted to not to stay with just a negative mood, because there is no reason to be depressed.
Appreciate that.
Sorry, I took the floor.
Next, if someone can give him the microphone, please. And if you can introduce yourself. That's not working. Microphone is not working. There you go.
Thank you. Hi, Willem Jeroen Stevens from Clear Corporate Finance. We help projects to get the financing and the funding. One of the big issues is still who takes the first loss, and that's basically the equity part. We already touched on the debt. So if you have enough equity, you can get some of the debt, which is very useful. And also, there's a lot of subsidies. So not all out of the 15 got their funding, but still 1 out of 15, there's something. My question is following. Would it be useful if the subsidies would also be considered as a first loss? So taking that first hit, because it's a subsidy anyway, so the EU has given away the money anyway, but at this moment, it's difficult to use it as an equity part. I'm curious what your ideas on this are.
Anyone?
Well, I think you're talking about the Hydrogen Bank and the Uptake support that are coming late in the life of a project. So you confirm?
Yeah, so if to get things financed, you always need an equity part and debt part, yep. And both are difficult to find, and especially the first equity part is very difficult to find, because if you have the equity, you can get the debt. But if you could use the subsidies or the grants which come out of the EU as the first loss immediately when you start the project, then it's far more easier to get it financed. And yes. I'm curious about your thoughts about this.
So it's very different from one program to another. So it's very difficult to compare, because you had, for example, all the massive subsidies that have been injected in the hydrogen economy at the beginning through the IPCEI framework. So with national fundings in the IPCEI hydrogen framework. These, yes, can be used this way in a sense, not all of them, but, because you have, it's CapEx subsidies. that are secured right from the beginning, and following the national rules, you can use it right from the beginning. You can even have advanced payment, etc. So this can serve as like as that. But it's not the case of the hydrogen bank, for example. The hydrogen bank, yes, it's OPEX subsidies that will come only when you will commission your plant. So this is totally different. You're right. So it's just giving some certainty for the private investors, but not concrete money, cash, that you can use tomorrow. And Nicolas, perhaps you, I don't know.
I guess the way I understand your question is, I understand that it is helpful sometimes to have some equity partner which accept to take a first loss, so that helps others to come because they know that someone is taking the bigger risk, and then the debt is even third in the hierarchy of risk. However, today we use the subsidy, either if it's CapEx as a reduction of cost, basically that's how it appears in the accounting of the project, or as a revenue, if it's like the H2 bank. So I honestly don't know if you could, if it would be better to not considering as a reduction of cost or as a revenue and consider it as a first loss equity. I've never encountered really the question, so I understand the question, but I don't know the answer, to be honest.
Well, unfortunately, you are 7 minutes past the time, and the panelists will stay here for lunch, I believe. So if someone wants to keep asking questions to the panelists or to myself, we'll be here. But please help me express the appreciation to the panelists, and let's have a good lunch.
So, as Perry said, it's time for lunch. I mean, lunch will be served in the room behind you. You have time to network, you have time to talk to each other, you have time to ask multiple questions to our guest speakers, but please be back for a very passionate challenge at 1:45, precisely. Not 2, but 1:45. If you forgot about that, if you hear the bell ringing, come back. Thank you. Hello again. I hope you did enjoy the lunch. I think it was nice, but now it's time to be back and enjoy more discussion on our favorite topic, clean hydrogen technology. The session we have is a little bit different because it will be a session in two parts. You know that when we talk about hydrogen, hydrogen will not exist without cooperation. Hydrogen will not exist if we didn't manage to build synergies and cooperation, whether it's national, European, or even international cooperation. I had the pleasure yesterday to moderate during the high-level policy conference session dedicated to international partnership, and that really give insight and illustrate how powerful we can be when we build strong, efficient, long-lasting relationship between each other, whether it's at program level, whether it's between member states, whether it's within even the European Commission. And that's why today we decide to cover two aspects of a synergy, which is very important for GU, starting with institutional synergies. And it will be on how can we join forces within institution. But synergy is also about combining fundings. And we know, and it was said this morning again, that in order to go fast on hydrogen, we need to have fundings, we need to have visibility. So joining forces on combining fundings is really crucial. And that will be the second part of his session. But first, I would like to, without further ado, to let the scene to one of our project officers, Renata Kadrik, who will set the scene, and then we'll deep dive into the discussion. Renata, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Valerie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are energized after this nice lunch and that we can dive into this very interesting session, Unleashing the Power of Synergies. As Valerie said, I will just set the scene for the two interesting panels that will follow and shortly explain to you what work have been doing in the Clean Hydrogen Partnership on synergies. So let's start first with the basics. So what do we mean by word synergy? If we go back to the original meaning of the word, it literally means working together. And if we want to define it as a concept, is basically maximizing the impact of our work by working with others. And this is actually what we have been doing in the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. So if you look at our structure of the governance of our Clean Hydrogen Partnership, you will see that even there from the core, we're working in synergies, where the policy, industry, and research meet with our members of the Clean Hydrogen JU. And then we have two advisory boards, which are overlooking our work on synergies and contributing, which are the stakeholders group and the state representative group. And where do we fit into this very complicated and broad framework of the EU funds and programs? We will find this under Horizon Europe Partnership, with all of the other either institutionalized or co-programmed partnership, working together and cooperating. And then also reaching out to the other funding instruments which are deploying higher TRL projects on hydrogen, such as Innovation Fund or CEF, Transport and Energy. And then also working with the member states and managing authorities on co-managed funds, also looking into international cooperation. So you could see that our work is very, very broad. So what type of synergy we are basically working on? First, on the programming level, we try to implement the synergies by design. And then also on the implementation level, we try to really put the synergies in operation. And I will explain both and show you three examples of our concrete work, one with another Horizon Europe partnership, Clean Aviation Partnership, then with other funding instrument, CEF Transport, managed by CINEA, and also our extensive work with national and regional managing authorities. So what do we mean by synergies at programming level? So what we are trying to do with other partnerships programs is to align our strategic and research agendas and create a joint roadmaps for the deployment of hydrogen technologies, such as with clean aviation, or drafting complementary topics, for example, such as with the waterborne partnership and also clean aviation. And we are also trying to help the member states and regional programs to include also our KPIs indicated in our strategic research agenda, such as in our work with the SET plan, temporary working group on hydrogen, soon to be implementation work group on hydrogen, and also other types of programming, including co-funding, such as, for example, implementing the STEP seal to our proposal submitted for our calls. In terms of synergies on the implementation level, we also try to follow up then the projects funded by us and find synergies with other programs, agencies, and partnership, such as complementary project with, for example, self-transport, Erasmus Plus on skills. And in terms of the regions and member states, we are trying to provide them technical assistance with, for example, project development assistance to support the pipeline of hydrogen projects and other types of cooperation with managing authorities on capacity building, knowledge sharing, etc., which was even reinforced with the memorandum of cooperation with these managing authorities. And of course, to emphasize once again, our two advisory bodies, which are overseeing our work on synergies, which are the States Representative Group and the Stakeholder Group. Now I'll show you 3 concrete examples of our work. For example, our cooperation with self-transport, with CINEA. So we, as a Clean Hydrogen Partnership, have funded a project called H2 Accelerate, which aims to deploy 100 hydrogen trucks in 8 countries. And on the other side, CINEA is implementing project Greater for Age, which aims to deploy 14 hydrogen fueling stations in 4 countries. So both of these projects are focused on TNT corridors and are also supporting the implementation of the AFIR regulation. And we have a very nice exchange on cooperation with CINEA on this one. Then if we go further, for example, our cooperation with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership in terms of the accelerating the uptake of clean hydrogen in aviation. We have started our really concrete work, signing the Memorandum of Understanding at the beginning of the current MMF, and where we try to align our joint research and innovation roadmaps, which then is follow-up now with developing a joint call for proposal. We're currently working on that, and hopefully next year we will have a joint call. I have to emphasize that really this requires a significant effort to align both roadmaps and really also requires the highest governance at the level as both JU as both on the private and public side. And finally, our extensive work with the managing authorities, both national and regional. We're really trying to support them to deploy hydrogen projects. Our stronger cooperation with them started with the Regions Initiative in 2016, and then it followed with the project development assistance from 2021 onwards. There were already two rounds of the project development assistance, and we are currently in the 3rd round. As a part of our Hydrogen Valleys facilities, we recently closed the call for applications for the project development assistance. Also, just to emphasize again, the memoranda of cooperation with managing authorities. Last year, we managed to sign 10 memoranda of cooperation with selected managing authorities which have applied to our call for cooperation. And in the future, we are really looking forward to expanding that cooperation with the ones we have signed, the memoranda of understanding, memoranda of cooperation, but also with maybe probably the new one, additional ones. And finally, where our synergies work somehow comes together concretely on our project. This is the case of our flagship projects and specifically Hydrogen Valleys. As you are aware, big hydrogen projects require a lot of funding, and here on my right, your right also, you will find a typical funding plan of a hydrogen valley, and you can see how complex it is. And you can see that the funding of Clean Hydrogen Partnership is just one small part of it. So a lot of work is needed with this project for them to really come up with the strong financing strategy. But we are doing our best. We are encouraging them to use the combination of funding, and we are also trying to find other ways to help our projects, either by applying a step seal approach or even looking ahead and maybe thinking about providing a grant as a service or transfer or working, or maybe potentially also working with transfer of funds from managing authorities, because we already had cases of some managing authorities expressing their interest to transfer their funds to us. And finally, let's finish on a positive note. This is a slide that we are very proud of, the Clean Hydrogen Partnership on our Hydrogen Valley projects map. So Hydrogen Valleys are projects where all of our effort and synergies come together. They're multipliers and enablers of socioeconomic synergies. And to this date, we have funded 21 hydrogen valleys. One has finished, but 20 are ongoing, and we are currently in preparation of 2 new grant agreements, and hopefully more in the future. And I have to emphasize that most of these projects started only recently, most of them as of 23, but as you can see, they have already achieved some very nice results. For example, they have gathered additional investment of 1.3 billion. They're deployed across 19 European countries, and we have more than 450 beneficiaries from 40 countries working on these projects. So I will stop here. I think I gave you a nice introduction on the session on synergy, so just that you get the favor of what we are doing and that we hope to continue doing in the future. Thank you.
So now it's time to start with the first part of the session on institutional synergies, and it's my pleasure to call on stage the moderator of the session, Beatrice Coda, Head of Unit Clean Energy Transition with the DG RTD. Thank you, Beatrice.
To sit here. Good afternoon, and I'll be very pleased to call in a moment the distinguished panelists for this session. I think Renata gave already an excellent overview of the activities of the JU, and in terms, let's say, of processes and activities in relation to other institutional actors, and now really we can combine and let's say the synergies. I just want to say in addition that, of course, hydrogen is a sort of natural candidate for synergies because, of course, application of hydrogen go across several sectors, from mobility to industry to energy. So in a way, let's say here, synergies are sort of really natural for this kind of enabling hydrogen technologies. But also the importance of synergies is because also the work of the JU and the projects that the JU supports, they range across several TRL. They, you know, from really technology development to first deployment with the valleys. So also, let's say, in this entire value chain, we have to also look at the synergies and therefore, let's say, pooling resources to maximize the impact of clean energy arena investments is, let's say, is important, and it goes across the board. Now, I've also spoken a lot, and I'm very pleased that all this will be discussed with our distinguished panelists, and I'd like to come to the stage. I'll start with the ladies first. I'm very pleased to have here with us Stephanie Hisinger, who is Head of Unit in DG Klima on Innovation Fund and other European Hydrogen Bank. So thank you, Stephanie. I'm very glad to call next on stage Jan Faye. Here he is, who is Director for Public Funding and Power Solution at Robert Bosch, and is industry representative of the governing board for the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, but also the 2.0 Partnership. Next on stage is, I'm glad to call Jaap Gebraert, Secretary General of the Waterborne Technology Platform, and Mr. Axel Krijn, Executive director of the Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking since 2019. And very pleased also that we have Adel El Gamal here with us today, Secretary General of the ERA, European Energy Research Alliance, representing the stakeholders group of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. So, quick maybe also reminder, we don't need to do anything on the microphone, it's all taken care, so no need to, let's say, push the buttons. And so I think this gives us the opportunity, I think, for the next around 45 minutes to also have your views on how this enhancement of collaboration, also what Valerie said, the joining forces within institution, partnership, and actor is working. So I think I'd like to have your views from this kind of state of play perspective. And then perhaps we can have a second round of, let's say, intervention on the future, looking at the future challenges. So how can synergies, so to say, can be improved when we consider that we still have to, let's say, step up our efforts for within the entire R&I, let's say, innovation value chain, but ultimately, let's say, to scale up the technologies and ensure their market uptake. But let's start first maybe to hear your views about how these synergies are working. So I'd like to start maybe with Jan. So from your industry perspective of the Clean Hydrogen Partnerships and perhaps also 2.0 partnership, how do you see also, let's say, the role of DGU in bringing these synergies forward and today?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I would see the partnership from two perspectives. There's a perspective of the projects, which are very important for us in the sense that if we have promising solutions and we have the right funding, that we can take the risk with the projects and do the projects. The other aspect behind the partnership is even more important, and that is the fact that we come together in a very early phase of the funding process. We start working together even in the SRIA phase, the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, and we're getting to know each other. We're learning about the different priorities that different partners have, especially from the industry perspective, as well as the research perspective. But there's another aspect that's even more important, and that is some results that we saw, and Valerie mentioned this before with the wording in the cooperation. We had a CSA that was financed by 2.0 about 5 years ago called Future Radar. And in the CSA, we were looking for the hidden champions, and the hidden champions that were resulting from projects. And what we found at the end of the day was it wasn't the hidden champions, it's what I would call the networks of excellence. And when you get into these projects, you realize that over a period of time, say 2 to 3, 5, 7 years, you're seeing quite often the same, I would call them the usual suspects. So this organization is involved, that organization is involved, and if they're involved in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 projects, they're actually creating what we call the networks of excellence. And so we use social network tools to analyze the projects from this perspective. What we found is that we were creating these node points where projects, where people could actually, organizations could actually profit from these new networks. So it wasn't so much this concern that, okay, this organization is always getting the funding, but they're actually becoming a central point where people can really contact these people. And these networks of excellence have actually been the secret of the success of the automotive industry in the last 20, 30, 50 years. So if we can continue with the projects in the future to create these networks of excellence, we have a very nice basis for what Valerie mentioned before, the cooperation. So strengthening basically the community from this perspective.
Okay, thank you, Jan. So I take your point on the SRIA, so also cooperation within the SRIA is already, let's say, quite, let's say, the alignment of the SRIA was already so at the very early phase. And the point about, possibility to create the networks that ultimately, let's say, leads to success. I'll continue with Jaap, and I would like to ask you, Jaap, what is your experience from the waterborne sector with the Horizon co-partnership model, and also, let's say, how you value the cooperation, or how you work around the cooperation with the other Horizon Europe funded partnership?
Many thanks, and forgive me, I wrote something down in the airplane yesterday evening, but I have no clue. My own handwriting is so horrible that I cannot imagine what is here, so yeah. Let me try to do it in a different way.
We all have to make an effort there.
Exactly, maybe you can help me, I have no clue, but I know what I want to say. So indeed, it's good to see that there are 3 types of partnerships: co-programmed, co-funded, and joint undertakings, because that also has an effect on how can the partnerships cooperate with each other. In our case, we are representing the waterborne transport sector. For the ones that don't know the sector, it's maritime transport, it's inland navigation, it's shipyards, equipment manufacturers, ports, classification societies. It's quite a big family with all different needs. If we decarbonize a ferry which is sailing on 4 nautical miles, or we decarbonize a vessel which is bringing our gas from the US to Europe, that are different challenges and different needs. In our case, the majority, and that's not known, of ship owners are SMEs. A ship owner with 1 vessel is the majority of the worldwide fleet. So in that sense, a co-programmed partnership helps to align a diversified sector with different needs, with the majority of SMEs around 1 targeted research and innovation agenda. I think that is for us the biggest benefit of the form of the partnership, of the co-programmed partnership. For the cooperation, but maybe I rather like to use collaboration, because I recently learned that collaboration is working together towards a joint objective, while cooperation is not necessarily the same. I think there are 3 elements. 1 is time, no, 2 elements. 1 is time, and the second is trust. The cooperation with the joint undertaking of clean hydrogen started, and Valerie and I just discovered that we met in 2019 when we signed an MOU between the 2 partnerships, whilst the partnerships were not there yet, and started to align, okay, how can we cooperate? Both have a need to remain competitive as industries, so we looked, okay, how can we ensure that the building blocks to use hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives on board of a vessel can be developed, where the integration on board of the vessel is in the hands of the maritime sector in Europe. It worked. We did a couple of things. We aligned on seeing where building blocks could be developed in the context of clean hydrogen, which we then could see how do we get it in our roadmaps towards integration. We also worked on a joint call, and I think that for the first time we will have a joint call, if I understand it correctly, in 2026 or 2027. The stumbling block there is, and I think that's something for the future where we need to have a look in, aligning the calendars and the mechanisms of a co-program partnership and a joint undertaking seems to be incredibly complicated. Calendars in terms of timing are completely different, but also the way in which the calls are being financed and the projects are being granted, that is something which we need to have a look at. But I absolutely think it offers a lot of room for the future, and maybe we can discuss this in the second round, if we have a second one.
Thank you, Jaap. I'm very pleased to hear about the collaboration between the 2 partnerships and, let's say, the MOU, and how you really work together to bring basically the parts from one partnership, let's say, to the other, so from to the main application. We are trying to have the joint call, and I must say, how can I put it? We have to become maybe more agile, that these joint calls, these things really can happen without, let's say, a lot of hurdles. So I think this is an area we will see later, but this is probably an area where in the future these institutional synergies, I mean, the framework, the legal, the budgetary framework could become maybe a little bit more, easy and agile to make these synergies actually be delivered fast and on the ground. I'd like to continue with Axel Krein. So, and we are going to a different type of partnership. So, the JU, so institutionalized partnerships. So Axel, from the point of view of the clean aviation joint undertaking, how do you see the benefits, or what benefits do this joint undertaking bring to innovation and research?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm a great fan, as you would imagine, from joint undertakings. I will tell you in a minute why. And I'm much less enthusiastic about the word synergies, not the concept, but the word. Let me explain a bit. I mean, in terms of the joint undertaking itself, I think it's a brilliant tool, an instrument which has been created by the Commission to sort out certain challenges. And when I specifically look at aviation, the main challenge for aviation right now, or there are two main challenges. The first one is competitiveness. We are heavily challenged, the aviation ecosystem, heavily challenged by China and by the US. And the second challenge is the climate neutrality thrive by 2050. And in order to be able to tackle those both, we need to pool all the competences, all the efforts, all the funding we have in Europe in order to be able to likely succeed. And I think that's why I think this joint undertaking is a brilliant opportunity where we can connect all the different, and the connection was already used by one of the previous speakers, where we can connect the whole ecosystem in Europe. An ecosystem is starting with SMEs, startups, universities, research and technology organizations, up to bigger industrial entities. And we had in the previous program, Clean Sky 2, which was just closed, we had about 1,000 different entities being connected. And I think this is a value which we sometimes underestimate. We are in the business of technology development, but we are also in the business of connecting people. And we sometimes see, and we have a couple of examples where people were not connected before, and where due to our program, relationships started to exist, working relationships, trust, competence was exchanged, and by that people were put into a position to bid for a program afterwards, and were part of the supply chain at a later stage. I think this is definitely something where I believe this joint undertaking for aviation, it might be not the case for all sectors, but for aviation it's a brilliant tool. And when you alone, and maybe budget numbers are easier to comprehend, the European Commission is providing 1.7 billion, and the private sector is providing 2.4 billion. So altogether it's 4.1 billion euros, so we have a leverage of 1.5 in each and every project. So we are calculating leverage by project. So it's very concrete. It's not a principal concept. It's done project by project, so we see exactly for which project, which leverage is being brought by the private sector. So brilliant tool. Coming to the synergies, where my enthusiasm is moderate with regard to the word. And there, because I think it's very much used, very inflationary. Everyone is speaking about synergies, and what some people mean is drinking coffee and talking to each other, which to a certain extent you can say yes, up to maybe what was just discussed before, building technical roadmaps together. And I think that is something also we learned over the years. We had signed in the clean aviation, in the Clean Sky 2 context, 18 MOUs with different regions in Europe. And in some cases, I don't tell you now which one, it was more coffee drinking, and in others it was more content exchange. Now we changed quite drastically. At the moment in clean aviation, we have signed 7. One with clean hydrogen, and you saw the roadmap, so it's really technical work where you exchange at a technical level what are the deliverables by one to the other at what point in time. And we are trusting and relying in a certain area on clean hydrogen in order to deliver technologies at a certain time to be integrated into our aircraft demos. I think that's something which is quite different. I'm not totally happy there because at the beginning we identified opportunities. Mirella, you still know, 150 million roughly. Now we are executing on 30 million. So there's still room for improvement. So I think that's still something. But I think in terms of the content we have been defining right now, we are really doing what needs to be done, and where I'm proud of as well what has been achieved there. We have signed MOUs as well with regions, which is another element where regional funding even European funding, ERDF funding, which is being executed at regional level, where the execution can be coordinated, the execution can be aligned, where we're also building those roadmaps, these common roadmaps. And I think that's why, in terms of synergies, we have to differentiate between one and the other, and I'm rather interested in the other. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Axel, very much for this intervention. So I really note your point on creating ecosystems, connecting people. That's also what Jan, I think, mentioned with his networks of excellence example. And I think you also reinforced the point on basically a strategic roadmap. So aligning sectors to have this strategic roadmap together. So aligning the timing and the objectives around it. And very interesting also to hear about your region's experience. Perhaps it can also maybe help other partnerships to succeed there. So happy to exchange further around it. And now I'd like to pass the floor to Stephanie. So Stephanie, from your perspective of also, let's say, spreading efforts on instrument that supports you know, the competitiveness of the European hydrogen sector. So how do you see joining efforts together? Let's say, what do you see the benefits around that?
Yeah, thanks, Beatrice. I'm actually happy, first of all, that you asked me about joint efforts and not synergies, because I started to regret having had a coffee before I entered the room. So while I do think, and it was already visible also in the presentation that we saw, that, well, there's a lot of joint effort going on, but we are really at an exciting point in time now, because we see that our joint efforts pay off in this area. You have supported a lot of early stage research in hydrogen, while I'm representing the Innovation Fund that comes in at a later TRL. We look at commercial scale-up with the European Hydrogen Bank auction. And I think together we have laid the foundation for this European hydrogen economy to really start off. So I think that's one thing where we should be proud of and where we should build on, because, well, there's a lot of cross-fertilization, to bring in another word, but it was also visible on the slides. You do PDA. I hear you have done a very successful round of PDA this year. Under the Innovation Fund, we also have a PDA scheme together with the European Investment Bank. But since we come a bit later in the investment journey, you know, these two are really complementary, and in particular the PDA plus version of your PDA, where projects get an intensive project development assistance over a period of 12 weeks, can really help to make the projects ready for the support from the Innovation Fund. Just to also, well, maybe advertise a little bit what we do under the Innovation Fund. We already have 49 hydrogen projects worth 3.85 billion euros in our portfolio. And while around 600 million euros of that is electrolyzer manufacturing, and the rest is then green hydrogen production, also under the auctions that we finance. But in terms of joint efforts, I also saw on the slides that you're considering grants as a service, which, you know, I'm proud to say that the Innovation Fund auction actually spearheaded this concept with the auction as a service module. So also there, I think, you know, this works both ways. You know, we work with you on the PDA, try to make this work seamlessly, and then on the other hand, you know, I'm happy to see that we are also inspiring others with some of the new concepts that make us, you know, collaborate even better. In terms of, if I may say, challenges, because not everything is now rosy, of course, there are important challenges, and I think the biggest challenge is really that we also need to strengthen the work that we do with the member states, because, well, auction as a service is one way of doing it, but we do see delays in infrastructure development. We see also not enough incentives for end users to uptake the hydrogen. also some issues with the transposition of some of the regulatory frameworks. So I think there's still some room to improve. One thing that was also mentioned before is better coordination of EU funding tools. I think we have already taken the first steps with the STEP seal. So also there, all our projects under the Innovation Fund get such a seal when they pass the relevant evaluation thresholds. But then, you know, there's really a possibility to find appropriate funding opportunities outside of one or the other program. Transparency as well can, I think, still be improved. Under the Innovation Fund, we have done big steps, I would say, with actually creating price transparency, because the auction that we did, you know, for the first time, actually, you know, there was a price out there for the production of 1 kilogram of green hydrogen, and that actually helps really creating that market. But yeah, so really exciting joint efforts that start to pay off, but still more needed to get there, I would say.
Thank you, Stephanie. I note a lot of interesting points, and I fully agree that, let's say, your efforts in the Innovation Fund, I mean, you have really been a front runner and making a lot of innovation also in the way we look, let's say, at EU support, like with the auctions, the grants as a service that now, let's say, it's good that it's been trying to, replicate, and I fully take the point that, better coordination with member states at all level, let's say better engagement with member states is important. And this is also what we are trying to do with the revamp of the set plan, in particular for what research and innovation are concerned, to pull together resources. And the next MFF hopefully brings also more agility in the coordination of the EU funds. I think this is also an element that will be needed. I'd like to ask Adele to come to tell us a bit about the stakeholders group of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership and let's say the joint efforts of the stakeholders with the partnership.
Thank you, Beatrice. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a big problem because I was going to summarize the role of the stakeholder group with one word, which is synergy. But I just don't want to have an issue. So wherever I use synergy, please understand collaborative implementation effort. So, but beyond that, I will try to explain a little bit. So the stakeholder group is one advisory group to the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. I would say parallel to another one, which is the state representative group. So the two groups are both advising in parallel. They're both observers in the governing board, but not really interacting one with another. The stakeholder group is really open to, I would say, any organized group, international organization, any stakeholder representative group from anyone involved in the production, generation, storage, transport, distribution, and use of hydrogen in EU. And the idea is really to have, let's say, a relationship with all those who are related to the hydrogen sector. It also includes, by the way, adjacent joint undertaking, which we have been talking about earlier. So basically the role of the stakeholder group is really, first of all, to, I would say triple, is first of all to advise on technology and strategic priorities and make sure that they're well aligned with the needs of the sector at large. The second one was really about fostering synergies, but I would say more, I would say documenting and leading to implementation of common issues in general, and that is extremely important, as I said, because we need to understand that hydrogen is extremely versatile fuel, which touches a lot of sectors and a lot of applications. And so the role of the stakeholder group is certainly to take into consideration that these sectors and the needs of these sectors are also integrated within the evolution of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. And finally, it's an advisory role also on the work plan and implementation plan of the partnership, also in relation with the other instruments which exist in the EU ecosystem.
Okay, thank you very much, Adele, also for explaining this role. And I think now we have a bit concluded the first round of impressions around, let's say, how our synergies. I know Axel doesn't like to use it, but let's continue to use it. But let's also focus on joint efforts. I think I heard a lot of, let's say, positive benefits of this engagement across other partnerships, across institutions, across stakeholders. And that is really this creation of networks in the industrial ecosystem. So creating this ecosystem, connecting people, exchanging competencies, the effort that requires really also a structured cooperation. You were talking also, for example, of the MOU's signature in terms of aligning strategic research agenda, technology roadmap, so that, let's say, all the R&I efforts are aligned, and looking also from, what's the point that Stephanie made, from the low TRL to the high TRL, so really making this journey as seamless as possible. So I also heard that these are important benefits, and so there is concrete work around that, but I also hear that this is not yet enough. The challenges that the hydrogen sector faces are many. We were talking about competitiveness challenges of our technologies. We are talking about climate neutrality objectives. So we have, let's say, a very challenging journey in front of us. And when we look also on, how, also if I may say a little bit, how also this commission is looking at competitiveness and building, these instruments, making this transition, I think, by connecting, for example, Horizon Europe and the European Competitiveness Fund, more connected to each other, and also with Innovation Fund. So there is clearly, let's say, this, I think, political, willingness and perspective to make these two words, let's say, tighter up together in order really to achieve a higher degree of competitiveness. So how do you see then in this kind of new reinforced perspective of competitiveness, if I may say, without forgetting, let's say, the context of course, the Green Deal and the underlying objective of the transition. So how do you see this? Maybe where is still work to be done to make these joint efforts, let's say, more meaningful in the next period to come? From where will I start? Maybe I do the same quick round. I start from industry, so from Jan again, perhaps. Quick impressions, a second round of quick impressions.
In terms of competitiveness,
no, it's a challenging
this is a little bit a challenging question,
yeah.
But we have been looking at this also in a project called Les Mesures, and that is not just the European competitiveness, but the technology leadership. And I think that's really important that everybody be aware of the fact that technology leadership is something that's very temporary. We can only maintain this leadership if we keep investing. The big question is, are we investing, at what point are we investing which funds? So if we look at a typical funding scheme for industry together in these projects, so research R&I projects, we're starting off with a relatively high R&I, so 100% of eligible direct cost. But at some point we have to transition to industry. And this is the question of the typical valley of death. And how do we get beyond the valley of death? But the big question is really maintaining this funding stream. That's why I'm very happy to see Innovation Fund here, because this is really one of the enablers that I see for the future. In the past, we had fast-tracked innovation, which was quite nice. But it's really this continuous possibility of funding these ideas until we can reach the point where we can actually ramp up to a stable series production. So this is one of the really important aspects, is to be aware that technology leadership is not constant, it's not free. We're going to have to invest. And the big question is how do we transition from, say, the public support to the private world, and what role can say Innovation Fund play in this context? This is really, really important.
And how we can ensure that transition to Innovation Fund is also happens.
Yeah, and
let's say, if I may add, also from complement.
Also keep in mind is that as soon as the funding stops, either the private or the public, we start falling back from technology leadership.
Okay.
That really has to be a message for everybody here to say we have to continue to invest. And just the big question is, what's the split? Where's the split, and how do we transition?
Thank you. Jaap, how do you think we can expand better cooperation in the future?
If I may add to the previous speaker,
Absolutely.
our members adopted a long-term strategy in February, which is called technology leadership. So I fully agree with you, because competitiveness has multiple angles. Technology leadership is where the R&I really makes a difference. You cannot imagine, but I have one problem. I represent a very introvert sector, and I think that's part of what I want to explain. There are two things. The sector is introvert, but highly innovative. If we look at the partnership, every euro which is invested, it has a leverage of 6 because of what the sector invests. But how long can the sector still do it to remain a technology leader? And what is at risk is, are we as Europe still independent for our supplies? 90% of what comes in comes by ship. 80% of the worldwide engines are European. Ships are being built in Europe, but for how long? Do we want to depend naval ships on other continents? We have to see, but that technology leadership will be key from the R&I perspective. There are two angles. One is we get solutions for the transition to zero emissions for ships with lower power requirements, which can bunker or fuel quite frequently. Where certainly significant step needs to be made is for this larger vessel sailing intercontinental, high power requirements. I don't know how many tons of fossil fuels they currently have on board, which you need to replace by sustainable alternative fuels. That's where the R&I angle steps in. With, and following up on earlier discussions, with the industrial maritime strategy and the port strategy being delivered or published, what I understand, in January next year, I think also looking at stimulating deployment will be key. How can we, in a systematic way, roll out the fuel and thereby also have the ships retrofitted or rebuilt to ensure that we reach the zero emission objective in Europe? And there, I think, a systematic approach, and you have the hydrogen village, which could be an example, but how can we ensure that these technologies get rolled out in a systematic manner, taking into account often ship owners have one vessel, so how can you pull in one way or the other that the demand is taking place? Because if the ship owners don't have the demand for the fuel will not be there. So how can we jointly, public and private, determine our roadmap towards out and towards investments? And I think that will be one of the things I would like to discuss with the colleagues from Clean Hydrogen as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So I still really, it's a plea for further cooperation in the future for to ensure competitiveness of your sector. Axel, you don't like the word synergies, so how do you think things can change or can be improved to make it that you might like in the future the word synergies better? If I may.
If we
Just joking.
I think if we were to describe synergies as a technical roadmap, an aligned roadmap of the actors, then I subscribe to the word. If that's the definition we can agree on. But I think this is an important element that we need to define what those synergies are, because we all have different views. That was my point with regard to between coffee and roadmap. When I look at what we can do better, I think, and coming back to the ecosystems, we have in the aviation context, we have 3 main ecosystems in the world: Europe, the US, and China. And at the moment, China is in aviation not very prominently existing. It's more on the space side. They are very potent. They have their own space station, they have their own launchers, their own satellites, all of that. On the aviation side, they are still a little bit less advanced. They have some aircraft, but they are not producing or selling well, and that's why they are not in demand. But when you look at for example, the final assembly line, they are establishing right now in China. It's the most sophisticated final assembly line for a commercial airliner which is existing worldwide. It's totally different to what we are doing. We are doing handmade aircraft manufacturing, and they are doing automation for only 2 aircraft a month. So they don't need it yet. But if one day they are going to have an aircraft which is competitive, then we are in trouble. And by the way, it's the Americans as well, because they don't have that either. So what I think is of key importance for Europe in the coming, I would say, 5 years is we need an aligned European roadmap. We need to align ourselves in Europe, which starts, by the way, at European Commission level, because we are also not well aligned. I mean, sometimes I'm reading in newspapers that another instrument has provided some support to beneficiaries where I'm talking to right now in order to get support. I'm sure it's not exactly the same topic matter. Don't get me wrong, it's not maybe overlapping, but I think we could be more synergistic if we were working together and aligning with that potential beneficiary or applicant, where we could join forces at European level. But between Europe and the member states, it's, well, I don't know, Wild West, but it's not aligned at all. And at the moment, we are talking again, and this is more coffee drinking, what we are doing at the moment with some of the member states in order to align, because they have huge aviation programs, huge. And we are trying to understand what they do, we are presenting what we do, but it's far, far away from a technical roadmap. It's far away from interdependencies, from alignment. And I think if I had one wish for the future, specifically also for the next MFF, that we are starting by defining what is one European aligned roadmap, and then we have different implementation bodies, one taking care of this, one taking care of that. We don't need to pool budgets all in one place. This is not my point. And I think it would be even counterproductive if we were trying to do that, because it will never happen and we will talk 10 or 15 years for nothing. So I would rather say, let's align on our strategic vision, let's align on what we want to achieve in Europe, and then everyone takes her or his responsibility to execute. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. Also, I think you made a very, very clear point on the alignment of the EU roadmap, but which means alignment, okay, in the EU institution or services, but with the member states. And this is, we know that it's very, very, you know, really where the challenge lies, because it's already difficult to align priorities, and then the implementation of, you know, aligning funding and schemes and priorities and timelines with the member states becomes really challenging. Another point that we can add maybe is that this is a bit the perhaps, let's say, the future wish of this so-called competitiveness coordination tool. Probably you heard about it. It's also part of the competitiveness compass that the Commission has announced, that in strategic areas, indeed, they would really like to make sure that there is deep alignment of EU and member states. So we are looking forward to see whether this tool will really, let's say, make it to have this deeper alignment on strategic priorities in the future. Stephanie, I'd like to come back to you also and ask you again, let's say, from also this perspective, from the perspective of the instruments that you lead, where also do you see the room, let's say, in the future in terms of, let's say, new challenges, and which also requires potentially, let's say, more cooperation.
Yeah, I think, well, also to my fellow panelists, I think the good news is really that we are committed to continue supporting hydrogen deployment in the EU from the Innovation Fund. We are about to launch the next round under the European Hydrogen Bank, so the next round of the auction. with provisionally a budget of 1 billion euros. So that is coming up. But then indeed, yeah, more has to happen in terms of competitiveness. We are also looking, as was announced in the Clean Industrial Deal, at creating an industrial decarbonization bank. That bank or this initiative is supposed to provide 100 billion euros in funding for industrial decarbonization, which should then also lead, of course, to its support for off-takers in the end of the hydrogen. So there should be some pull effect on that one. And in that sense, that creates also new opportunities for synergies, cooperation, and joining efforts. And all the work that we do under the new MFF, the European Competitiveness Fund, also there, where we will have a new governance structure, a new funding landscape under the EU budget. I think that is really, really important that we continue to collaborate, to talk to each other, also to try to understand the different perspectives. As I already mentioned the investment journey, but I think that becomes even more and more important for these big projects, for the deep transformation projects, that we look at it in a more holistic way. For the hydrogen valleys, because they were mentioned in the presentation, of course, we are also we are not considering now specific support to those valleys in the Innovation Fund, but indirectly those projects always have a bit of an advantage in the sense that the producer is very close to the customer, to the consumer of the hydrogen, and that gives an advantage. So in that sense, again, building on this work and trying to enhance the business case. That's also the driver of the Clean Industrial Deal, is really enhancing the business case for all kinds of transformational projects. I think we need to just simply continue our efforts there.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephanie, and we will continue. And interesting to hear about, your, let's say, statement about the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, which is coming up. So we really I think everybody will look forward to see really what type of, let's say, how the scheme will be, set up, and and in particular which sectors. You mentioned that hydrogen could be, if I understand correctly, part, let's say, of the efforts of the Industrial Decarbonization Bank. And last but not least, and I see also we are also arriving at the end of our panel. Adele, I'll also ask you to come back to give us a little bit the future perspective from the stakeholders group angle on what we can do, let's say, to have this strengthening of the collaboration also beyond to the new MFF.
Thank you, Beatrice. I would like to come back to two elements which were said earlier and I think are absolutely fundamental. The first one is technology leadership. And it's probably important to remember that we need to admit that in many of the clean technologies we don't have leadership, or we've lost it. So there is, in fact, probably only a few technologies where we could realistically claim leadership. And if I just think about the latest speech of Mario Draghi, he mentioned three, which I think are at least relevant. One is offshore wind, one is hydrogen, and the third one was, if I remember, CCS. So it means that hydrogen is one of the technology where we know we are in a difficult competitive situation against China, but we know that the US are dropping out also. So we are really in a situation where we could, with more research and innovation, claim a global leadership in that sector. And this is extremely important in terms of economic security for Europe, particularly considering the fact that the transition will take place and will be, of course, extremely important in terms of cash consumption. So fundamental technology leadership. Second element is we discuss about competitiveness. And there I would like to say it's, of course, competitiveness is at the core of all what we do because of the need for this geoeconomic security. But we need to consider what it means. And as it was said earlier, there are several angles to competitiveness. The first one, and I would like to say there are three basically dimensions to that. The first one is the fact that hydrogen is, of course, helping in terms of energy security. It's not so easy because we know that in the plans of the Commission there is a lot of imported clean hydrogen, and this of course doesn't help in terms of energy security. And secondly, because even if we produce it locally, we know that electrolyzers will depend on critical raw materials where we also have a dependency. But still, it's a fuel that we can produce locally. The second element, which I think is extremely important, is the resilience. And due to the fact it's a very versatile fuel, hydrogen can play a fundamental role in resilience. So coupling or making the connection between, as I said, heat, gas, and electricity. So this has a strong value, and the business cases need to recognize this very specific value. And the third one, of course, is we know it, is the fact that there are some sectors which are very difficult to abate, that will not be abated with pure electrification, and that probably hydrogen is one of the only options remaining. So basically, it's more a question, the competitiveness is very much a question of business case, and we need that the market models reflect basically the true value that hydrogen is bringing. So these were, I think, fundamental consideration, and what we would see as vision for the stakeholder group is certainly, let's say, to connect the stakeholder in order to advance in the different business cases valuing hydrogen. That's the first element. And the second one, and I will finish on that one that I think is very important, and we haven't spoken about it, it's the citizen acceptability of hydrogen, which I think is very important. There is enormous misunderstanding and lack of knowledge of what is hydrogen because it's very complex. And I think it's very important that in the stakeholder group we include in the future NGOs and representatives from the civil society, so that there is also a public attraction for the technology rather than, I would say, some kind of fear of it. And I would finish there.
Thank you, Adele. No, you pointed out, I think, let's say, what was already mentioned about the technology leadership is clearly, let's say, crucial, and so connecting also to the point of sovereignty, which was made before, and thanks also for bringing on the table, let's say, the point that from the stakeholders' perspective, acceptance, public acceptance, acceptability, as you said, of technologies is and of hydrogen is really crucial. So it's, I think, a very important angle that the stakeholders group can engage also there. I think we are about to end our panel. I see Valerie, so I don't think I even have time to make the final, let's say, conclusions. No, but just I want to say thank you. 1 minute, I take 1 minute, and I want to thank the panelists for this discussion. I think it has brought, let's say, very clearly the benefits of the collaboration that is, and also showing that the collaboration is already happening, and that is bringing benefits in terms of ecosystems, in terms of industrial networks, in terms of trying to ensure that this journey from low to high TRL and to market uptake happens in, let's say, in a smooth way. But understand that, let's say, I think it becomes evident that a lot more has to happen to bring to keep the technology leadership that is in many, let's say, places and sectors at risk from a European point of view. So let's, I stop here perhaps, but let's continue the journey and the discussion together. Thank you very much, and now to the next one.
So just before you leave the stage, there's a family picture with all of you. And in the meantime, that's my pleasure to introduce as well the moderator of the next session. It will still be on Synergy, but this time on the funding side, Mirela Atanasiou, Head of Operation Communication within the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, will moderate this session. It's your turn, Mirela.
Good afternoon from my side again. You can understand synergies is a very complicated matter. You already see it from the first session, and honestly, when putting this agenda together, we realized we need 2 sessions on synergies because it's extremely complicated to make it in one. If you would like to look at everything that we mean by synergies, it's impossible. It's impossible, and believe me, even in these 2 sessions, we have not addressed all of them. But we need really to do that, and in that respect, it was not mentioned, but we plan to have a synergy strategy by the end of the year. We would like to look at even better to see what's around in terms of not only actors, funding, aligning roadmaps. You hear synergies is I don't like the word either, but we don't have a better one, and this is what is in our legal basis, so we have to use it. In that respect, to continue, and it was mentioned a bit or touched a bit in the previous session, I would like to now go from a central level, which was the first session I thought about, to a more local, regional, national level. And I will have another very, very high-level panel in which I would like to discuss about these issues. And I would like to start introducing the panel members and starting with Mr. Tudor Constantinescu, Principal Advisor at DG Energy in the European Commission. Thank you very much, Tudor, for being with us. Then I would like to continue with, to still stay centrally, with Richard Ferrer. He's the Head of Innovation and Alternative Fuel Sector in CINEA. Continue with the senior expert Wolfgang Munch from DG Regio. I hope he's in the room. No? No? Okay, then we miss a panelist. That's good to know. And we will continue with Constantino Chatzifotis. Yes, Constantinos, sorry, I made it. EU Affairs Manager of Motor Oil Group and Trieres Valley representative. So, it's a pity DG Regio chose not to come, and I think we will have to discuss about that. No, but it shows commitment, huh? Allow me to say that somehow. Anyway, allow me to continue and to elaborate a bit on the scope of the panel today. Again, I think from the panel before, we discussed aligning technologies, aligning roadmaps, collaborating, working together. But what about putting money together? And that's where we would like to hear more, if you want, on a planning, programming perspective from both Tudor and Richard, and maybe also to learn from Konstantinos, because for me, Konstantinos, you are the best example, the most successful one. When I look at the engineering, financial engineering you have in your project, you really are an example for all of us. So, in that respect, I will start with you, Tudor, if you allow me. And I prefer to stand up. How do you see, in terms of DGNR, for example, the further development of, I know we prepare a question about the infrastructure and about safe energy, and you can comment on that also, but how do you see that also and I know because you manage the managing authorities, the network of managing authorities, and how do you see us working better also with the managing authorities at regional level?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mirella. I'm very pleased to be here with you today. I would like to start maybe from a little bit from the energy perspective of this and of the synergies I still think it's a good word. Maybe some people don't interpret it well or don't apply it well. That's another discussion, I think. But what is important is to see that all this has to come not only, and it was very good, it's good to see very good cooperation between the various, for example, services of the Commission, between different joint undertakings or partnerships, but it goes behind that. I think it's very important to have this collaboration, this synergy actually, and alignment between the policy objectives, between the legislative and regulatory framework, between the financing mechanism, and the market actors. At the end of the day, the end users of all these beneficiaries, if you want. And equally is important then to develop these synergies and between, at member state level, between regions, between various actors at member state level, but also across member states, and the regions are also cooperating across member states, of course. And at the same time, between the EU level and the member states and the regions directly, sometimes depending on the programs and the line of action which we speak about. And all this is coming very important because hydrogen, from what we see, and I don't know if Stephanie is still here, under the control of Klima, but if we look at the climate target of 2040, what the Commission proposal is a 90% greenhouse gas emission reduction. What does this mean for hydrogen? I think it means something extremely important. And this is a fact that if we look at the final energy consumption, we are now consuming about 500 million ton oil equivalent of oil per year. We are consuming about 300 million ton oil equivalent of gas per year. The oil should go down to about from 500 to about 100. And the gas should go down from about 300 to about 50 million tons oil equivalent. And hydrogen should, on the contrary, jump to about 200. So more than the oil and gas will consume by then. So I think, and then if you think of a market, what does this mean in terms of the market? Now we have a market of about 7 million tons per year of hydrogen. And this is fossil fuel based. At the current price, maybe this is about 25 billion euro a year. By 2040, we speak of a market of about 30 billion tons. 30 billion tons of what by then should be clearly renewable and low carbon hydrogen. What does this mean? We speak of over 200, 300 billion euros market. It's clear that this cannot be financed from public money. It's clear that this cannot be financed by the EU Commission. Would be happy to have this money. But okay, even then, we would perhaps do maybe better use than to subsidize. This is not our vision for the energy markets at the end of the day. And hydrogen will be an important element of the hydrogen market, maybe 10% by 2040 of the final energy consumption. Electricity will go up to 50%, but still we need the other half. The molecules and hydrogen will play an important role directly and also indirectly in synthetic fuels and other derivatives. Back, if we want to achieve this, it's clear that we need a lot of synergies actually to be developed. We need, and to create a business case, and this is a bigger synergy which I think we have to speak about at all levels, at EU level, at national, at regional cooperation level, is about how to achieve this. And this can be only achieved because we have the decarbonization objective, and we have for this clearly to move renewables into the center stage and low carbon energy as well. And only then hydrogen can de facto, working hand in hand and having a clear synergy between renewable development projects with hydrogen projects together, which will make the case and will facilitate and help integrate renewables, lower the cost, overall cost of renewables, and also the cost of hydrogen. And this is a real synergy which we are really speaking about. Now, institutionally and in terms of funding and also for research and all that, of course, we have to do more. I like what Alex, I think he said before, synergy doesn't mean just the chat, but it means to, even if we do different things, to align them, to have the same objective and each to do its part. I know that's difficult. People in general like to do something else than what they are supposed to do. It's human nature, I guess. But we try to put the framework in place in which each one to be able to deliver on research, on policy, on financing, on regulatory scrutiny, and so on and so on. And this to facilitate at the end of the day the delivery which we are speaking about for these amounts, and where hydrogen is really becoming a real component of the economy and of the energy market.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you to still insist on how do you see the work at regional, national level, or us here working better with region and the member states. But later, I would like just to ask Richard from the transport side, because we heard from Tudor from the energy side, and you working, implementing, in fact, not only hydrogen projects, all alternative type of fuels for the transport side, and developing, in fact, the infrastructure for that. How do you see what we've done so far, and what can we do better?
What we have done together?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. First, what we have done is to provide funding for the projects for front runners, basically. And Clean Hydrogen Partnership did the same, and FCH before. Clearly, working at CINEA, what we are trying to do is to put into action the policy and to support concretely the actors that will implement this policy on the ground. We have a wide range of programs that we can provide to support projects. It comes from research to infrastructure. I mean, it was named before, but Horizon Europe, Innovation Fund, Connecting Europe Facility, Energy and Transport, Life, and so on and so forth. We have a series of projects that can support actors in many domains, indeed, in transport in particular, but not only, from the production to the usage to the supply, etc., etc. We have been, of course, in contact institutionally between Clean Hydrogen and CINEA. Maybe it's good to come back to the definition that you probably all know, but of synergy. I mean, it's meaning having a bigger impact together than alone, separately. So it's not only taking a coffee. Indeed, it's really having an impact behind that. So I think we can do better, indeed. We can do better maybe by having kind of aligned strategies. I mean, by this I mean coordinating a bit maybe our calls, because we have different calls. It's not, the timing are not necessarily aligned. So for the operators and for developers that need this funding, it may be a bit confusing or not very easy to reach the stage where they are financed at the right moment. So this could be one of the other possibilities. The other possibility would be to find financial synergies, basically, meaning that we need to ensure better complementarity between our funding. We are sometimes overlapping funding, for example, hydrogen stations. Yeah. Sometimes not exactly the same, but in the same location, different aspects of this. So it's good at the end of the day, but it's not the panacea. And it's probably better to find a way to maybe have clean hydrogen, which is in the lead to start and to ignite the project with the project promoters, and CINEA with program support, scaling up at the level of the 27 member states. Then probably we need as well to have a kind of coordination, not a single entry point, but at least a coordinated one, that the information can be accessible easily, maybe with cross-references from about what we are doing for the potential developers that need the funding. So I think we have this range of possibilities maybe to go further, to improve a bit what we have done. And of course, the last point is is more the coffee side, but is to exchange experience and lesson learned on the projects that we are implementing on each side. 2 projects were mentioned before. We had Greater 4H and we have X2 Accelerate. So even though it's still continuing, we faced the difficulties on this project for many reasons. And it's good to share those reasons to move forward and to be able to adjust maybe our funding mechanisms and complementarity to support better the projects.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. And I think like I said, I like to believe our collaboration with you, it's one of the successes. Started before we invented the word synergy. With the buses and now with the trucks in there, where we support the vehicles, you support the infrastructure. And I think there is room to do even more, yeah, like you said, with many other things to be done. But let's hear from Konstantinos. He will tell us how difficult it is to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And Konstantinos, if you could tell us about your example. I chose you to be here. And to look at your project at the Trieres Valley and what goes around the Trieres Valley. And with this also for the audience to understand that these valleys are not just simple projects that we put on the ground, but they are first of a kind step, I will say, that would be the word, which brings then additional projects, additional investments, and then you, in this way, make your ecosystem, if I can say that, a reality. So, Konstantinos.
Thank you very much, Mirella. Thank you, Valerie, for the invitation, and I'm really honored for your good words. Just to say that as Solon, one of the wise men of ancient Greece, would say that you shouldn't judge before the end. So I mean that, of course, it's a great success that we have managed to secure so much good funding from EU and national funding schemes, but this would mean nothing if at the end we don't deliver. So that's what I'm telling to my team, that we should, continue working. And at the end, I hope I won't be writing a book of how you have secured €1 million and you have not delivered. So just to help with my Greek origin and my legal background, the word synergy comes from the Greek word synergia. This is mainly used in the legal context as of 2 people when they commit together a crime. But nevertheless, the word is syn, it means together, you add, and ergo. Ergo is project, is action. So it's not about collaboration, it's not about coordination. It's about acting together. And without act, and this is the perspective of industry, things do not have so much meaning. Now, going to our story, yes, it's true that this project is part of a larger plan that our group of companies, Motor Oil Group, has been implementing the last 5 years. It's not only about hydrogen, it's about an energy transformation. It's about investing in renewable energy. We are the second largest producer of renewable energy in the country. We are developing one of the largest EV chargers network in Greece with the support of SEF Transport. We are also the first to use SEF Transport to build and operate the first hydrogen refueling station in the country. And we are also the first to be building one of the largest electrolyzers currently in Europe, a 50 megawatts electrolyzer, partly funded by Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and the other part from Resilience and Recovery Facility. And by the way, the moment we are speaking, the team from the European Commission is in Athens, checking the projects of RRF, because the deadline is next year, August, and it's really, trying to see what's gonna be delivered and what not. So, as part of this aspiration vision of our group of companies, we submitted in 2021 and the IPCI call for hydrogen, our proposal that was, a scalable hydrogen project that would turn our refinery into a multi-energy, low-carbon hub. It had two pillars. One was to produce green hydrogen, and the second is to produce blue, low-carbon hydrogen. The second pillar, we managed to secure very good funding from Innovation Fund. And this is at the second, third year of implementation. We are the financial close phase. The key there is that we want to use part of the CO2 that we will be taking out of the steam methane reformer to produce, together with the green hydrogen from our electrolyzer, synthetic methanol. And this is also funded by Innovation Fund. Then we tried hardly to find funding for the green hydrogen production line. There, at the IPCI context, DG Competition thought at the time that our project didn't qualify for a project that should be an IPCI. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I would say. Nevertheless, we didn't give up. We continued the discussions with DG Comp, and we went through the SEAG procedure as an individual notification, and it took actually almost 4 years to get the approval for the state aid measure by DG Comp. In the meantime, of course, the government, we had 3 changes of ministers of environment and energy in the country. And when I say ministers, I mean all the political leadership of the ministry. So we had 3 times to repeat what we were saying, about the project and how it would develop. In the meantime, we didn't stay still. We submitted our proposal for the first HRS in the country. We managed to deliver it last May, but of course we don't have green hydrogen because it comes after. So, with the support of Trieris, we bought 3 hydrogen tube trailers, and we used them to go to Austria, buy green hydrogen, and provide so far to 2 cars in Greece, one that has Belgian plates and one that has Austrian plates, to refuel them. So we have disposed almost 10 kilos of hydrogen. And of course, we are waiting for the next customers. And there is where we expect also the support of SEF Transport now to see the demand side and not only the production and, of course, the disposal. We also used the support of EIB, of the European Investment Bank. We have an active loan of 40 million euros that supports our green hydrogen investments, as well as we used, and this is also could be minor, but is also important for us. We used some tax incentives that are provided by the national scheme for R&D investments. So all in all, if I'm not mistaken, we have applied to 3 different funding frameworks, and we have been supported by 6 or 7, if I'm not mistaken, different funding schemes. To conclude, I would say that we would have preferred to be an IPCI and have a single point in our Ministry of Finance to discuss of how we could fund our project, instead of learning very much and learning a lot of how to avoid double funding, state aid rules, etc. But also to create a new market in Greece of advisors on this subject. I mean, I have 2 leading legal offices in Greece that they really, are happy that they work together because they learned a lot about how to, try to work along the state aid rules in a very new area like hydrogen.
Thank you, Konstantinos. We'll talk about the skills in the next session, what it means to have good lawyers when we started doing that. But I think everybody agrees with me that it's wow. I mean, not everybody could do what Konstantinos is doing. I mean, applying to everything that moves, everything that funds hydrogen, and everything that in national, regional, central, CEF, us, everybody. So my point is that how can we make it better? How can we work better? And try not to make a project developer life this way. How can we do it better? Therefore, I still stay with you, Konstantinos. What would you say to a new project developer, or a new Valley that would like to do a project? What would you recommend?
I would say that two key things are scalability and modularity. Unless there is what I've been hearing, that the next MFF will be more centralized in disposing competitiveness funding, there is a single point that you can get, a whole project that has the three different parts that we are talking about: production, transportation, disposal, and end use of takers. Unless there is such a funding instrument that will fund all the three these major parts, you need to have a scalable project. I mean, our first project, the first project we submitted in IPCI was for 10 megawatts. Then we found the call for these 25 megawatts from Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and we thought that we should take it out from the Valley to take advantage of that, and also submit and try to use the money from the Valley to build the ecosystem, to incentivize the end users, to incentivize those that they would like to test, and also some pilots. We were lucky, but also capable, to get both of them at the same time. But if this project was not scalable and was not modular, it wouldn't have succeeded. And the other thing is that we didn't say, okay, of course there is the large value funding, 20 million, this would fit us. We said, no, we should stay, in a measurable level and try to put the pieces together step by step. We didn't look at how much money a project provides, a call provides, but what are the needs? And of course, for the next step, we would try more to find new funding. So these are the two big advices I would say. And of course, you need a lot of support by advisors, because nobody knows everything. You need somebody to know very well how to combine the different legal frameworks between different funding instruments. And here I can also, give you my experience, because we had tried to combine Connecting Europe Facility Transport together with the launch from RRF, and it didn't work. But we learned that as the first that tried to combine them at the end, not at the beginning. So maybe it was my idea, to be honest, personal, because I believe that these were two funding instruments that could work together, and also make good publicity of how you can combine different funding schemes. But the thing is that if I had a better lawyer than me to check if these things are compatible, we would have avoided at least the expenses we paid to the external auditor to tell us that these are compatible.
I will not go so far by trying to find an answer why we cannot combine certain funds and why we are supposed to be able and we are not able. I will not go so far. I think that I will save for another discussion. But do you have anything to comment on that, Richard, on the experience of Konstantinos, especially if he mentioned CEF transport several times?
Well, one of my team members was happy to join the celebration of the opening recently, indeed. So this is a good example of what can be done at a progressive stage with progressive phases. Maybe on the last point, which is the combination, I will not enter indeed into the reasons, but it's indeed very unfortunate because the project was selected under CEF, and then the decisions on the RRF came after. So then project promoters could have thought that there could be a possibility to combine, while at the end of the day it was not the case. So, okay, usual internal cuisine, but which creates indeed some difficulties on the ground. Well, I think one point that I would like to react on is the combination of the demand side, the supply side, the production. It's something we used to do in the past with the blending coals.
Yeah.
We had both the vehicles, and we still have some, but to a very limited extent, and not for hydrogen or transport a lot. So we used to have both, and to select projects that were combining the off-takers, the supply infrastructure, and even the part of the production. We don't do it by necessity, in the sense that we have a fund which is quite rigid. I mean, self-transport is an infrastructure fund designed initially for big infrastructures. And here we are not talking about big infrastructure, even though we need a wide spreading of this infrastructure to ensure a seamless trip across the 27 member states. We are talking about small projects, at least compared to the big Lyon-Turin, Brenner Tunnel, etc. And so we have limitations. We are focused on the infrastructure and less on mobile equipment. So maybe this is something which can be tackled ever by a coordination with the various possibilities we have in clean hydrogen and CINEA, or by future funding. I mean, we talked about the next MFF. We don't know yet how it will be implemented in practice. So the design of a new funding, the new CEF, the new CEF will allow that or not. Maybe this is one of the points that should be discussed. But it's not only about funding. We talked about local, national, etc. But there are some possibilities at national level, not only by grants, but as well by fiscal incentives. You have the possibility sometimes for vehicle to double or to increase the depreciation for project promoters. So it's not only the grant which will help, in particular when vehicles are quite often acquired. I mean, not acquired actually, but leased. So it's a bit different, and maybe there are different tools to support this side. On the production to finish, we are still keeping on financing production, in particular through electrolyzers, irrespective of capacity, as long as it serves the transport needs, of course. But this is still a possibility.
I'll get back to the future and a bit of a reflection of what can we do better eventually in the next MFF, of course. But not yet. I would like to come to you, Tudor, and allow me to raise a question, and I apologize in advance because that was for the colleague from DG Regio. But I know you can help me with that. How do you see the regional funds, the ERDF, the social funds, the cohesion funds, and how do you see our work with the regions, with the managing authorities in doing that? I mean, in our demonstration projects and going beyond with the valleys, we learned that it's better that we work with regions rather than the member states, because even within a certain member state, different regions have different rules. So how do you see our work with regions, with the regional funds, to really be able to deploy, to demonstrate these technologies and be able to combine the funds?
Thank you, Mirella. Actually, indeed, we run actually together with the DG Regio a network of energy and management authorities. So what do? We bring together the people from the energy ministries and the one from the structural funds, from the management authorities and member states to steer energy priorities in the way of operating and in designing the programs and implementing programs and so on and so forth. So, and there, of course, from time to time also hydrogen comes on the agenda. But let me be honest, because hydrogen at the level of where it is now starting to move towards deployment, it's quite recently. The current programming period for structural funds, 21-27, was designed 2016-2017. Now, 9 years ago, we were not where we are now in terms of hydrogen projects. So therefore, indeed, they have not foreseen and not allocated, let's say, money for hydrogen. On the contrary, on recovery and resilience, which came more recently, this is a main source of funding actually for hydrogen projects in the EU, sometimes coupled with or supporting important projects of common European interest identified as such, but money coming actually from recovery and resilience funds of the member states. So about 14 billion euros are going on hydrogen in this respect. Separately, of course, we do with the CEF, and these are, for the CEF, it's mainly project of common interest and has to be linked to interconnectors and to the interest of at least 2 member states, or if there are PMIs, which goes also outside of EU, but it's by nature something which is cross-country. When it is about local initiatives and managed authorities, they play an important role, and they can, I think, continue as they have done for energy efficiency, for buildings, for small renewables, but also for larger renewables, playing an active role. Gradually will start, perhaps, playing a role, first of all, in the identification, but then also in picking up, and this is something important, because now you are still a body focused on research and innovation, but then these have to be multiplied. And there are other funds more specialized and dedicated for this, and here they can actually take on board. I know that you had last year an oversubscription of almost 7 times, so a lot of good, let's say, reserve list of projects, which can be taken by management authorities, but can be taken on board and thought about also in terms of synergic action by member states now, because with the set plan, having now the new working group on hydrogen, and they think what kind of projects, why not to use the ones, I think, make use of what is already identified and promoted by the GU in this respect, and that it's happening at national level or that is happening at local level, and how the funds are distributed. This is perhaps not the most interesting part, but the important is to build this value chain and these actions. At the same time, speaking about management authorities and examples, so one which we think will continue to grow in importance will be the one related to the industrial cluster and to the ports. And they can serve also very well as very good examples as we aim. Okay, it's not just the part of ports as they are seen from the perspective of transport, but also from the energy perspective, and where ports gradually will, many of them play also the role of energy hubs. And being energy hubs, it's also hydrogen as an energy carrier, is hydrogen also as an end use, but also the link to the other communities and the opportunity there to bring different uses and also relate to the larger infrastructure projects, can be PCIs, for example, if it is the case, or linking it into projects which are happening at the level of the local communities and which are also very relevant for building up the market. And where the management authorities, of course, and get more directly involved.
Thank you. Yeah, Constantino.
May I compliment something? Because we had the discussion before for the European Hydrogen Bank, which obviously it's a very, very good option, but we have seen that it has been focused, its funding for the time being, at few countries. It's where regional funding can help, because they are closer to the needs of the local business, local needs. And I would like to add also that there are new instruments like the Modernization Fund, which, by the way, in our case, it has been also indirectly leveraged, because a part of our Hydrogen Valley, OC, which is the bus operator of Athens, has applied and has secured around 30-40 million euros to buy 50 buses. And this is due to the fact that they got to get 2 or 3 buses through the valley, and they said that now we have to go up to 50. So this is also to complement the clean hydrogen partnership and the idea of valleys. And just the last word, because I don't want to be, just complaining. The cooperation that we had so far with SINEA and the Clean Hydrogen Partnership on the level of the project officers is absolutely excellent. And this is also an advice I would like to give to those that are project coordinators, not to see the project officer like the bad teachers, or the strict teachers, I would say better, but people that you have to cooperate, to be transparent and open, and also to inform them on time, about how the project is going.
I don't know who's your project officer, but I'm sure he's or she is very happy right now. Thank you. Anyway, before I go to the last question, because we still have a few more minutes, and I don't want to. I like also to interact with you, and I think it's worth for this very. I will not say heavy, but very complex issue of synergies. Synergies, you saw it centrally, locally, regionally, nationally, aligning, combining funds. It's extremely complex. And I would like to open the floor if you have any question to us. I guess some of the previous speakers are still in the room in case we get a question on that. But don't hesitate, I will open the floor for 5 to 7 minutes, and then we go to the last question. Yes, we have a question in the back. Please introduce yourself and put the question. Not very well. Yeah, now.
Hello. Hi, my name is Abhijit Basu. I'm one of the hydrogen entrepreneurs and enthusiasts. Sit on the steering committee of the largest hub that exists on the planet, Houston Hub, and also part of a hub in India. I happen to be also one of the evaluators on clean hydrogen programs. The question I have for Konstantin is, have you had any challenge with the dispensation of hydrogen for your large vehicles, buses, trucks? And the second part of it is, what kind of compression are you using for filling these buses? That's one part of the question. And the second part of the question is that, what is a major challenge, other than this funding and working with the different government agencies, what are the major challenges you see from technology aspect to scale these things, right? And you're attempting 25 megawatts, which is probably going to be the 4th in the world once you build it out. What do you see is the scaling problem for a valley like yours?
Thank you. I guess the question is for you, Konstantinos. They are all very technical. Yeah.
You will allow me not to answer the technology question because I'm not technology person, I'm lawyer. But I can tell you regarding the question for the heavy-duty vehicles that we have refueled one that was in the context of the Jive project. And this was through a panel, on the move. It didn't take place at our HRS. I know as well that our HRS can refuel on 350 bars and 700 bars, meaning both light-duty and heavy-duty vehicles. But still, we're expecting for the first bus to come and refuel it. It doesn't exist still in Greece.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you got your part. Yes.
Yeah, I would say, what are the challenges beyond technology issues? I would say regulatory and policy. I mean, in Greece, we were supposed to have a hydrogen strategy. It never came out. We were expecting it, still expecting it. Never came out. And the other thing is that the regulatory framework was developed because we initiated the Valley, and then we got the funding from RRF. And it is a prerequisite in order to give money from RRF to have also in place legislation. But we are taking this risk without a stable regulatory framework. And, for example, for the HRS, we were putting pressure to the ministry to give us the technical requirements because we started ordering without knowing what's the framework. So these are big challenges for an investor. It's something that it's still technological, not mature.
Okay.
Any problem with the capacity building as well, both in the government side as well as on the implementation side?
Obviously, they are not ready to. They are not ready. They are not. I mean, at least in Greece, ministries have the problem that they don't have a lot of people working in the area, and those few, they don't have time to deal with these issues.
Okay. I learned, and whoops. I don't have the time I thought I have. So I will go directly to, and I apologize because I'm going to withdraw what I offered to you. And I go directly to the last question. So very quick for all of you, starting with you, Tudor. Do you think initiatives such as the Valleys, where we try to innovate on the business model, because this is what we are talking here. We are trying to see how can we combine funds, how can we do the project locally, how can we engage the different actors, how can we also build the skills, how can we, I mean, they have so many elements, these Valleys. Do you think this type of initiative, it's something that should continue, it has value for the next MFF in terms of competitiveness and innovation?
Yeah, it definitely has value. It definitely has value, and definitely something which, because we mentioned the management authorities can gradually get more involved and launch, depending, because sometimes projects are to a certain maturity stage where the innovation part is certainly smaller and can be already deployed solutions, and then have to look at the local potential, at the renewable potential which is sometimes in the area, and make best use, as I said before. This is where perhaps it's the biggest synergic effect we could have, combining the renewables with the hydrogen production also locally or in a certain area. It can be in ports, can be also onshore and offshore forms of energy, which can be in this way deployed and make the business case and support the community and the industrial initiative and industrial clusters, which are very often around to continue to develop.
Thank you. Richard.
Yes, well, I will say something very obvious, of course, but what we need is an ecosystem. I mean, hydrogen valleys are typically done for that. I mean, to have around the table all the actors, the research teams, the developers, the off-takers, etc. What we have seen so far, which was working the best in the projects we have financed, were projects where the off-take was secured, in particular through captive fleets. So this is clearly, I mean, having a full hydrogen ecosystem is clearly a key enabler. I will just quote one project we financed since 2017, which is the Zero Emission Valley. Yeah. Valerie knows well. But this project is supported not only by transport sector, but by all the ecosystem, including training for people working in the area. We talked about capacity building, but this is included, about the different type of transport, about the industry, about the production. So this is clearly, and it's part of the hydrogen valley. So it's clearly a key enabler to support good projects and projects that indeed delivers.
Yeah, that's the Imagine Valley in France, yeah. Thank you. Constantino.
As well, I really believe that this concept should be further enforced, and probably in the next MFF we should think about ways to join forces with the different valleys to further expand and find their synergies. And as a last word, from my part, it's that next week we go to a school next to our refinery to tell them about hydrogen. So to kids that are 8 years old, 9 years old. So we wouldn't be able to do that without the valley concept. And that's, I mean, for me, going to kids to explain them what it's hydrogen and how it's going to change their life, because they live in the area where our refinery is the last 50 years. It's a good story to tell, and it couldn't happen without your support.
Thank you. Thank you to all for confirming what I somehow know, but I'm biased, of course. And yeah, I as we heard from the beginning, from the morning, when we talk about competitiveness of Europe, of our industry, of the sector, we do not only talk about technology leadership, and when we talk about innovation, we don't only talk about further developing the technologies. We talk about also innovations such as the valleys, which will start addressing so many issues locally and hopefully help us all to get there. I would like to thank you all and ask everybody for a round of applause for our panelists, and give back the floor to Valerie, to my director. Whoops.
Family picture.
What did I do? Nothing, myself. Huh?
No, it's on the other side. And so during the family picture, it is my great pleasure to welcome now on stage Mrs. Fotini Ioannidou, Director of Waterborne Transport within the DG Move. Fotini, please join me on stage.
So it's all yours. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to all, and big thanks to Valerie, the Executive Director of the partnership, that has thought of inviting me to speak to you about our upcoming strategies, in particular our upcoming port strategy and how they relate to the work you are doing. And I'm not going to speak only about the port strategy, but of another strategy and the big battle we are giving at the International Maritime Organization. All of these elements will be important when it comes to the application of hydrogen and the use of hydrogen-derived fuels in maritime. And I understand that the partnership is developing more and more attention to the potential applications in our field, and of course we are extremely pleased that this is the case. You need us and we need you. Speaking about ports, first of all, it is clear that ports are at crossroads. They were traditionally gateways for goods and energy, fossil energy, and now they are turning into becoming enablers for the energy transition. Because of their role as important gateways, they are going also to be the backbone of Europe's decarbonized economy. They will become hubs for deployment, import, storage, and distribution of hydrogen-derived fuels. So they will play a key role in the hydrogen economy of Europe. As you know, probably President von der Leyen, in her political guidelines, has announced the development of an EU port strategy. The request came initially from the fear that is still there of the influence of foreign economies to our ports. But of course, we are going to look at it in the context of the strategy. That is an important concern that we need to address, especially in the geopolitical environment we live in. But we are going to deal with all elements of relevance for ports, because the challenges have completely changed in the last few years. So we have security concerns, we have competitiveness concerns, we have, of course, economic independence, we have the questions of energy transition, sustainability, funding, innovation, and the social aspects. And so the strategy is going to take a holistic approach. It's clear that the question of energy transition will be central to the development of the strategy. We have been, so the timetable is adoption early next year. January, February, we will see the exact month. We have been already doing extensive consultations. So we, during summer, end of July, we closed the public consultation. I would like to highlight to you a few elements that came out from this consultation. We are still analyzing the results, but some of them might sound familiar to what you have heard. First element that has came out clearly from the stakeholders is the question of permitting. That we need to find ways to have streamlined procedures, one-stop shops, clear safety standards for alternative fuels in ports, and the recognition of decarbonization projects taking place in ports as projects of public interest. And now we are looking at how we can address those elements in the context of the strategy, but also in the context of larger initiatives that the Commission plans to take, like, for example, a simplification omnibus for environmental permits, or the grids package that our colleagues in energy are preparing. So we are looking at how we can address this question of easier and more quick permitting. Then stakeholders have highlighted also that we need to find ways to boost the role of ports as energy hubs, and ways to accelerate development of hydrogen-ready and multi-fuel infrastructure. You might know that in maritime, one of the difficulties we have is that there is no one size fits for all. There is not one maritime fuel that is predominant, but multiple fuels that could serve different shipping segments. So we have this call. And I'll say a little bit more about how we intend to address when I'm speaking about the Sustainable Transport Investment Plan later on. Then the question of training standards. It's a huge task for the ports, the port authorities, to make sure that the training standards for people handling those fuels are adequate. Because those standards are posing huge safety risks, and therefore we need to find ways to address the workforce training so that we don't have huge safety concerns. And of course, stakeholders have highlighted, and something that is clear, I'm going to highlight as well, the huge needs to have partnerships built between the different elements of the community, from ship owners, energy companies, everybody involved, port authorities, of course, so that we make sure that the infrastructure and the offer is aligned with the demand. So from our point of view, when we look at the energy transition chapter in the port strategy, it's clear that we are going to look to take a holistic approach to make sure that everything, infrastructure, clean fuel supply chains, is looked in a holistic manner and not independent the one from the other. It is clear as well we are going to look at ports as having a dual objective. On the one side, they are going to produce. They will be local production, and in some ports that are big industrial hubs, this production can be directly used by the industries in place, and they are going also to be import hubs. When we are looking at our objectives for the hydrogen economy, it's clear that half of the hydrogen will be, by 2030, will be imported. So this is another critical role of ports. And the question is how energy companies will interact with port authorities, and the way we see it and the way the port stakeholders see it is that energy companies have the big role in terms of course, producing, handling, storing, distributing, bunkering those fuels. And the role of port authorities is the one of facilitator, so offering the planning, the space, the infrastructure, and the connections with the different elements of the communities, from the terminals to ship owners. So these are the reflections we have, and of course, we are. This is a very important chapter for our port strategy. And feel free, in case you haven't contributed to our consultation. We are still open. The strategy is not closed, so feel free to send us additional comments. Now, I would like just to say one word on what is happening at the International Maritime Organization level. In 2 weeks' time, we have a very crucial vote. The shipping sector will be the first global sector to adopt binding measures to decarbonize. And they consist of a standard that will progressively reduce the intensity, energy intensity of fuels used on board, and it will consist of a carbon pricing mechanism. It's not a given battle. Europe was very much behind this battle, and we are really at the last mile of it. US is deadly opposed. But I would like to mention this because this will create the certainty and the predictability that every investor needs, and it will create a huge market. So that is important for you to keep in mind. Now, a few words about the Sustainable Transport Investment Plan and the why we are preparing. This is an initiative that is stemming from the fact that we do have a legislative framework for aviation and maritime in Europe, an ambitious one, very ambitious, but we do see that there are huge difficulties in terms of production scale-up. And we see also huge difficulties in terms of the prices. So we see that, in fact, there is no, from the one side or the other, there is no commitment. So the different parties are not ready to take the commitments we need in order to have the production of fuels we need. And so this initiative that is going to come in a month's time, at the latest in November, is designed to ensure, to find out mechanisms in order to scale up the production of clean fuels for aviation and maritime. And the investment needs are huge, estimated from 35 to 47 billions by 2035. And it's clear as well that most of it will come from private sources. But what we would like to achieve with our STIP is to provide certainty, provide mechanisms to mitigate risks, and to provide a coordination of the different EU financial instruments so that we have the investments we need. We have also a big request, but every time we are speaking of any strategy with our sector, that we need to make sure that EU ETS money is reallocated to the sector. We will see. This is a discussion we need to have from inside the Commission. What I would like to say, and is in direct relation to the work you are doing, is that the STIP is going to take a technology-neutral approach. But what it is clear is because of the feedstock limitations of sustainable, of biofuels, of advanced biofuels, it is clear that e-fuels, synthetic fuels, will have a prominent role in helping maritime decarbonizing. So a lot of the thinking under STIP will be about how do we scale up in Europe the production of such fuels. And this is deliberate choice because, in fact, we really and even if we are mobility, we really believe that we need to be sure that we have the energy independence in Europe and that we do not fall in the same traps as in the past. So this is an important element. And in reality, what we would like to achieve with STIP is that the first mover disadvantage is changed in a first mover advantage, so that we have the first big projects really kickstarting. I will stop here. I would like to say that, again, we have huge hopes in this sector, that hydrogen-derived fuels will help us, will help the sector to decarbonize, that ports will become real hubs for these fuels. But again, I would like to close by saying that what is different, and this is the message we are passing also to our stakeholders, is that we need to engage in dialogue and knowing each other between communities that didn't speak so far. It's starting, but it's not yet there. So I hope that the energy community is going to do its parts, and we are repeating that message to our own stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Of course. Okay. We're a little bit behind schedule, but the good news is that we keep 15 minutes for the break. So be back at 4:15, please. Thank you.
Of regional legislation. So nice. Yeah. Sure. Thank you very much.
I go to introduce you? Yeah? Okay. So, I'm not going to speak again. So I'm just taking the role of master of ceremony somehow for this part of the day. And it is my pleasure to now move towards the last part, which will look at the skills, and then later on, of course, we'll talk really about the future. But let me introduce, for setting up the skills, first, one of my senior experts in the team, expert on all cross-cutting issues, not only education issues. So he's the guy that you will have to talk about everything related to safety, standards, pre-normative research, anything that it's cross-cutting. But today, I would like to give him the floor, Alberto Garcia, to introduce to you and to set up the scene on what has been done so far on the skills, and eventually also give you a few points for discussion later. So first, Alberto.
Thank you very much, Mirela, for the introduction. And indeed, I'm going to take a few minutes just to explain a little bit and set the scene for this panel discussion on what European Union, the Commission, is doing on concerning skills, but also what we are doing in the partnership of the joint undertaking concerning education on hydrogen fuel cells. Let me see if it goes. Yes, briefly, because of course I'm not going to give you a long lecture on what the European Union is doing, but just to remind you that in 2020, the European Union put the skills at the heart of the policy agenda, and in that sense, they launched the European Skill Agenda as a way to support the development that individuals and businesses develop the right skills and use them. Indeed, it was it is a 5-year plan, and if I'm not mistaken, it encompasses 12 action plans, being one of the flagships, the Pact for Skills, a very relevant action within the skill agenda. Just to continue, in 2023 was the skills year in the European Union, and in that year, the European Commission launched or proposed the Net Zero Industry Act as part of the pieces of legislation supporting the Green Deal Industrial Plan. Finally, the Net Zero Industry Act has been adopted in 2024, and it is a legal piece, it's a piece of legislation in order to support the development and the manufacturing of net zero technologies. The net zero technologies are defined in the text, but also maybe the most relevant thing is that they include hydrogen technologies, particularly fuel cells and electrolyzers. And concerning the skills, because as I said, Commission is paying attention on the skills in order to support the digital and green transition. There is a specific set of activities concerning the net zero industry academies. The Commission wants to establish net zero industry academies, also for hydrogen, in order to support the massive rollout and the digital, as I said, and green transition. What we do in the partnership, well, we've been supporting projects on education and training almost from the beginning. This is the core business of the partnership. We do support grants, or we do support action grants or projects. Particularly, we are supporting education and public awareness within the horizontal area, as Mirela mentioned, the cross-cutting issues, together with sustainability, open innovative research. In addition to the projects, we also have other activities, like, for example, the observatory. The observatory is a sort of a repository. It's online. Everyone can access if you are not familiar with it. And there is a lot of information on the technology, on the market, real figures. And also there is a specific model on education and training. I will get back in a minute about that. Concerning projects, as I mentioned, most of the projects dealing with education and training are concentrated within the so-called cross-cutting issues activity area. We've been supporting 58 projects for a little bit more than 90 million. In particular, on education, we have supported and are supporting 16 projects for a little bit more than 21 million and involving more than 18 countries in the projects. And we've been supporting this for almost the beginning of the existence of the EU, because both the Commission, the industry, and the research, they agree that this is a priority, this is needed for the massive rollout and to have a hydrogen economy in Europe. And that's why within this project we've been supporting the development of training programs for different target groups, addressing different targets, level of education, and including different features or learning formats. As I said, we've been in the partnership very committed on education, and this is, I think, a good light to show that almost from the beginning we've been supporting projects. We believe that this is one of the priorities, as it is indeed, in the area of the clean hydrogen joint undertaking. Is one of the priorities of the strategic research and innovation agenda. And as you can see, from 2016, when we started to gather data, we've been able to demonstrate that within the lifetime of the projects, of course, they continue with the training delivery. Within the lifetime of the projects, almost 6,000 people have been trained in 17 countries and covering 13 languages. And this is growing every year, is more and more. That's concerning projects, as I said, but I also mentioned that we have also a set of activities running in parallel. with the projects. And maybe the most relevant is the European Hydrogen Observatory, which includes a specific module on education and training. There you will be able to find information about hydrogen if you want to learn a little bit about this molecule, or you want to learn about the technology or the market, but also you will be able to find training offers, training programs, educational materials across Europe. If you are interested, if you are Belgium, you are interested to study or learn more about the hydrogen in Belgium, you can go through this module and find who is teaching hydrogen and fuel cells technologies in Belgium. Same in Spanish, same in Europe, across the Europe. And with this, I think I've finished. I hope it was short, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alberto. It was short, yes. Thank you. Now, to reflect a bit on what has been done, but also what it needs to be done, I would like to give the floor to Viviana Cigolotti. And she's going to moderate everybody and the distinguished panel for the next, I believe, 45 minutes to an hour, right?
Yes, we will try to be faster.
Faster,
yes.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mirela. So first of all, I'm Viviana Cigolotti from Enea. Enea is a public research institution from Italy. I'm also member of the Hydrogen Europe Research Board. I'm coordinating the technical committee for on-stationary application. So thank you very much for inviting me. And so we will start first positive information. I have all my 4 panelists, speakers, so Mirella, don't worry, they are not around, so this is very good. And we will try to be on time. So we spoke and we listened about competitiveness also before, and in my opinion, competitiveness is also linked to the name and the title of this panel, skill, upskill, reskill, 360 degrees. So because this hydrogen economy is evolving very fast, and we need we need to be equipped with new skills. So now today we are going to discuss the needs of these skills, but also how to integrate the training pathways, all the programs, and also explore what is already on the table, what is needed. So I would like to to invite on the stage our panelists, Andrei Bunis from DG Employment, European Commission. Thank you, Andrei, sorry. Then Christina Lu, Senior Energy Analyst, Green Cape, from IPHE Skill Task Force. This is very important also topic. Nikolaos Davos, co-founder and manager at Klube. And Robert Steinbergen-Wilkens, the director of a Center for Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Research in the University of in Birmingham, and also the representative European Hydrogen Academy project. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining the session. So first of all, I would like to start with Andrei. So you are the first one, and ask, yes. So ask about your opinion, your view about the the EU. What is the European Commission is doing in order to to develop and to give more power to this topic, so to the new skill, upskill, and also reskill the workforce for the hydrogen economy.
Thank you, Viviana. Hi, everyone. This one, right?
Yeah.
So, as you know, skills is one of the political priorities also in the second von der Leyen Commission. It's something that was present in 2 years ago in the State of the Union address. We had the Year of Skills, so that embodies pretty much the general importance that skills have for this commission. The thing is, if you look at the main priorities in this second mandate, one of them is clearly competitiveness, European competitiveness of European businesses. And for that, you need the people to uphold it. You need people to work in European companies, people who are qualified, people who have the knowledge to take what we do well in terms of innovation and transpose it in practice in products and services that people are buying not only in Europe but also abroad. So to support this excellence, the competitiveness, the strength of the competitiveness of the European Union and its strategic autonomy, of course, because hydrogen is also part of that. There are a series of actions and a series of acts that the Commission has put forward. One of them is the Union of Skills, which contains 4 main pillars with the purpose to establish a union focusing on investment, adult and lifelong learning, skill retention, and recognition of different types of trainings and skills across our union to also allow people to move from one place to another. And so the Union of Skills is based on 4 pillars. You have building skills, upskilling and reskilling, circulating skills, and attracting and developing talent. Now, we've seen in Repower EU that by 2030, there's an estimate of 440,000 new jobs to be created in hydrogen, in the hydrogen value chain in Europe, because I think there is a target, or not a target, but let's say there's a figure of 10 million tons, domestic tons per year to be produced within the EU, also to uphold the energetic needs and the energetic independence and strategic independence of the EU as well. And so some of the actions in DG Employment, we are putting forward, we are working on a Pact for Skills, which allows companies to come together, either between them, but also with different types of partners, to come up and to create and implement reskilling and upskilling actions. And that is working. By now, there's several thousands companies involved in this, and there's several million people who have been reskilled and upskilled in the actions that they have created at ground level. So that's it's a bottom-up initiative. And then we are also launching the Net Zero Industry Act Academies in these different strategic sectors for the net zero economy in Europe that Alberto was mentioning earlier. And one of them is hydrogen. So the Commission will also, at a certain point, will also launch a Net Zero Industry Academy on hydrogen to ensure that there is a workforce to uphold these targets and these goals that the European Union and this Commission has set forward for its second mandate.
Thank you very much, Andrei. So I read that from European hydrogen skill strategy, we will need 250,000 of new jobs, but Arturo showed before that at the moment we are at 6,000, less than 6,000 at the moment. So more or less it's we are. We need to work. So I appreciate the framework set up by Andrea, and I would like to ask before to Nikolaos and also to Robert, who are really working in European projects. So you are really, discussing day by day about what is really needed. And so I would like we start with Nikolaos from a general point of view about so if these skills, what do you think that what is more relevant at the moment, more for engineer, technician, general skills or general training, or also for teacher and trainers? What you are doing in your project and then what in your opinion is needed to reach the number that I mentioned before?
Yes. Thank you for the question. Together with Robert, we present 2 of the flagships, let's say, of the European project regarding the upskilling and reskilling. We started with the Green Skills for Hydrogen, an Erasmus Plus project, with the creation of the hydrogen educational strategy. Robert is continuing with the academy. So we are in the middle of the project, and we have seen, let's say, towards the end of it, many issues. So everything is needed. Nothing is lacking behind. Starting from the engineering point of view to the technician, this is a huge step. But also teaching the teachers, teaching the trainers. So this is very crucial. Train the trainers is very crucial because we see a lot of things happening in the field that are not, let's say, up to date. And the technologies are running fast. Hydrogen deployment is running fast. And we see a huge gap here for this development. Keep in mind that I come from a region, the region of Western Macedonia in Greece, which is a lignite region. So we are in a vast transition from lignite power energy to other alternatives. So we have started with photovoltaic as another renewables, and we are continuing with Hellenic hydrogen with the support also of Motor Oil, and Konstantinos said a few things here also. And this is really crucial. Reskilling and upskilling, especially in areas that are affected by the transition, and they have already a workforce doing being in the energy field, being in the energy industry, but they will need a lot of effort for the reskilling and upskilling. This is very crucial. Otherwise, we will have a huge gap for the deployment and the implementation of all the projects and all the activities. And for this reason, we obtained a new project under the Erasmus project, which is dedicated to hydrogen valleys and the reskilling and upskilling of the hydrogen valleys that are needed in this sector, H2VE. We will share a few details afterward also with the Clean Hydrogen Partner, but also with the Academy, and we'll link all these efforts. But this is really crucial, and I'm pretty sure Robert will agree on that and will add some more.
Thank you, Nikolaos.
Just continue that. Well, hi everyone. I do notice the hall is not as well visited as it was this morning. So I think there is a bit of an observation that, or perception that skills are not so important. And we're getting, well, there's two sides to that. So a lot of people think education is just for free, at least on mainland Europe. It's not like that in the UK. But take it for granted. So we have a big job to do to supply the skills, because industry is really having difficulties in hiring the right people at a cost that is still acceptable, because you can get the right people, but they will charge, quite rightly so. That's market. So, but the question is how this will be done and how that will be coordinated. The 6,000 people that Alberto mentioned is the people trained through the previous activities. It's not the workforce. The workforce is much larger than that. But most of these people we've found in our research in the European Hydrogen Academy were trained on the job. So instead of asking industry what they need, you always get the same answers. There's, I think, 70 studies that do that. We have asked people in the job what they would have liked to have in their education. And that gave a completely different picture. So you want to have all these hydrogen-related topics somewhere really down in the formational years. So in the bachelor's, you want them in secondary schools and even in primary schools. So what we're doing is actually supplying material really down to primary schools in material that teachers can use in teaching, and then you'll have a huge task of merging that into all kinds of national curricula. You can't actually do that, have to leave that up to the teachers, but at least you can supply them with the material, which they can then individually use. And in the end, you just have to have this large offer of educational material. I don't subscribe to deliver that for free. I mean, you can watch YouTube for free, but that doesn't educate you. In my view, that's information. If you want to have education, you will have to at some point pay whatever, because you need an assessment. You have to be checked that you have actually digested the knowledge and can replicate that. If you can't do that, you haven't been trained. So that's why we have a completely different concept, kind of. We keep quarreling with various people on whether educational offerings in EU projects should be for free or not. I say no. And what I especially find frustrating is that a lot of the projects, so I mean, we heard 21 million for 16 projects. That's about 1 and a bit of a million per project. If you look at the RIAs, how much do they get? So what is education actually worth? Not that much. And then everybody is sort of concerned that skilling is important and we're not putting the money there. But what's even worse is that these projects end and then they're over. So if you look up on Cordis, any information on projects that I've run a couple of years back, you will find something, but not much. And the one project that has continued and is essentially never acknowledged is the European Summer School. So the Joint European Summer School has been running for 22 years now, with funding in the first 8 years. And since then, we've been running it privately because we think, as a university or a group of people, it's important to deliver this. And that's lacking. So, and what's currently happening around the European Hydrogen Academy, so we're using synergies, if I may say that. We're actually defining synergies as joint leverage of something, so doing something, as Kostas was saying. So we have a project called Green Sky, which is Interreg, working together with the European Hydrogen Academy, some links to Green Skills for Hydrogen, in sort of bringing together a platform, and will culminate in this prototype of a Net Zero Hydrogen Academy, which we've sort of discussed with Andre, in bringing together a lot of things that can be offered on the platform for all kinds of different things, for information, for basic training, and for mastery pathways that will deliver a certificate. And now the next thing that is important is you just don't need a certificate for attending something, you need a certificate that gives you a recognized qualification. If you don't have a recognized qualification, it doesn't mean anything. You want to take this certificate and go to a different country, go to whatever hydrogen company, and they'll say, yes, I recognize that, that's a good training, you have these qualifications and I'll adequately pay you. That is where we have to get. I think I'll stop here otherwise.
Yeah, but so you are now in the opportunity because you have on the same table the reference point from the European Commission and also from the JU is here. So what you can ask them, so what in your opinion can be, you know, a good, considering your previous experience from real project, funded project, what could be in your opinion the next step? So what you will ask to Andrei or to the JU, maybe he can reply, but the question is for you, Robert, and also for Nikolaos. Not only funding, don't ask only funding because you know, this is not enough.
Well, my answer is that essentially DG Employ and the joint undertaking and whoever funds the Erasmus Plus program have to get together, and essentially this net zero whatever academy concept is the place where all this can come together. And if this is a joint initiative and jointly funded, it's exactly what we need now. We don't need this sort of fragmented, we need everything coming together in one place, and that would be the ideal solution.
If I may just come in. Absolutely, that's indeed, that's a very good point. We are also the Net Zero Industry Act Academies, you know it very well, they use these synergies, they have a lot of commonalities, there's a common concept, and it's also the Commission has indeed a legal obligation to launch them. The Commission shall launch them, it's a legal act, that's the legal basis, so that we're not bound to it, but also kind of, you know, motivated by it, that we are launching these academies based on the demand, on a demand assessment. So indeed, there will be a Net Zero Industry Act Hydrogen Academy. The Commission will launch that in the future. We've said that, we've announced that previously. The timing is still yet to be determined, but it will follow the same way of functioning as the other Net Zero Industry Act Academies. You know, based on the 3 pillars: creation of content with the industry, dissemination of content at local level, and then the accreditation part, so understandings with the member states and the other entities, like in Germany, the federal governments who have the sovereignty and who have the exclusivity on that. And the idea is that just as this concept, it is also enshrined in the Net Zero Industry Act. So again, it's a legislative act that details it. So it will follow also the same logic and the same approach in terms of federating all the building on what has been done before, not reinventing the wheel and so on. So that you can be assured, we're not reinventing, we're doing our best, and we are actively controlling a lot for that. There's a lot of quality control not to redo the same things and to use what has been done before and what is going on when these Net Zero Industry Academies are implemented. Thank you.
And if I may add, also the continuality of the things is very crucial here, because if we have, let's say, the Net Zero Industry Academies, even if we have all the repository there with an open platform with everything on board, building upon other initiatives, etc., etc., the technology is moving fast. So this needs to be updated regularly and very, very often. This is very crucial. And one other thing that I wanted to mention, because Robert also said it, there are different aspects of what the industry needs, what the students or what the people that want to learn need. So a bit, let's say, if I may, the clusters that are involved and being an intermediate between research and between entrepreneurship could play a crucial role of bridging this gap. So this is really crucial. Not everything on education, not everything on the entrepreneurship. Building in the lines, it's better.
Thank you, Nicolaos. So now we can move at international level and ask to Cristina, you know, if you can share with us your experience in this task task force of IPHE that is more international level, and also, you know, what it could be, in your opinion, replicated in you. Now you know, follow the discussion a little bit. It's not enough, but you can understand that we are, you know, very active. So
yeah,
okay.
No, that's all right. Thank you so much, Viviana, and thank you for having me here today. I think the spirit of the task force was essentially that it was set up to help skills needs development throughout the world as different countries are developing their hydrogen economies at different paces. The EU is quite developed in this area of skills and workforce development. So a lot of what I have learned and what I can recommend comes from the EU, but I guess that's not necessarily to say that different regions can't learn from each other. We're in the process currently of releasing a series of reports based on research that we've done or interactions we've had with different stakeholders in this space about best practices or case studies and lessons learned in hydrogen training, as well as skills needs assessments and workforce estimation, as well as a database of different hydrogen job roles and their descriptions, just to try and create these tools for countries as they move to develop their hydrogen workforces. I think the spirit of the question relates quite well to our most recent document, which really looked at training and dissemination, as well as the importance of platforms and networks for trainers, different types of training infrastructure, innovative content delivery methods, as well as how training is recognized, which I believe Robert touched on. A couple of overarching themes that we've seen recur quite often when we look at what's being done currently is that the hydrogen sector tends to really adapt existing roles rather than create roles that are fundamentally new in most cases. We see that engineers and technicians from existing legacy industries can quite easily, not easily, but they can be transferred into the hydrogen sector with some degree of training, whether that's micro-credentials or, as Robert mentioned, on-the-job learning. However, this isn't necessarily universally true. We see in regions that maybe won't have those legacy industries already in existence, that these would be new roles. But essentially, as this relates to training, we're not seeing necessarily a need to reinvent existing education pathways, which means that hydrogen can be rolled out a bit more quickly in that case. But it also does mean that since these roles are transferable between different industries, that there's increased competition for these same skill sets. A second big trend we've seen is that in hydrogen skills and training, although of course we all know that engineers and technicians and these technical specialists are really important, there is a large enabling ecosystem that is also extremely important that needs to be considered when we look at the hydrogen workforce. These are people like those involved in business development, compliance, permitting, insurance, policymakers, even people like community engagement specialists. These people, their hydrogen skills might look slightly different to what you would see in the technical field. It could be how hydrogen fits into the larger energy ecosystem, safety characteristics, or how it interacts with society, its role in society. But I think the risk here is that if we focus too closely on the technical professions, although they are obviously extremely important, we risk missing out on an equally important enabling ecosystem. The third point is that we've really seen some quite exciting and innovative training models being explored around the world. A lot of them are from the EU, but there are a couple examples internationally. The first of which is a hydrogen school, the Hydrogen School in Costa Rica. And this is a school that gives school leavers access to the full green hydrogen value chain from production to use in modified fuel cell buses. And this essentially gives them really valuable hands-on training on specifically purpose-built training infrastructure, which is important because it gives them a safer training experience, but also more enriching. Secondly, we have the Green Sky Mobile Lab project, which is a lab that moves between different campuses. And this is interesting because it allows for cheaper training, essentially because these campuses don't need to refit their whole entire lab or build new labs to accommodate hydrogen. They can also reach more learners with the same training infrastructure, which is also very valuable. And then thirdly, an example of an interesting co-teaching model with industry and academia, you have H2 Edge in the States. And they essentially have courses where industry experts will teach specific industry modules, whereas the academics will teach core theory. So that's a really good way of knowledge exchange between industry and academia. And it also makes sure that the training that learners receive is in line with what's required from industry. I guess lessons learned that we've seen throughout training and the dissemination thereof from our recent document. The first of which is that awareness raising is super important. Even the best course will not succeed in training learners if the learners that they are looking to train do not know about it. So that's, of course, really important. And secondly, we see that these networks and platforms that focus on trainers really have multiplied the impact due to the fact that they can share curricula, allow for continuous professional development, and they can help keep up with this rapid technical change. Thirdly, we see that, as I mentioned before, purpose-built training infrastructure is really important. We need hands-on experience to bridge the gap between theory and physical practice. And of course, for a fast-moving industry like hydrogen, it's really important that the training models are also innovative. So things like gamification, scenario-based learning, and simulation are also like interesting techniques to look at for such a quick-moving sector. Yeah, I think that sums up. I don't want to talk too long. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Another question to from Nicolas and from Nicolaus and from Robert. What do you think about the role of research and innovation for in the future for facilitating the European skills for how developing the skills on hydrogen? For example, before we discuss about also Hydrogen Valley. So in your opinion, an Hydrogen Valley project is, an environment in which we need more skills, or could be beneficial for, increasing and for developing new skills. So do you need new skills for, achieving results in this project that are very, very demanding, or this project can be, the bridge for increasing the awareness also in Europe?
I think it's both. Keep in mind that at least for Greece, research and innovation, let's say, initiated all these past years the skills education that is needed, because we didn't have any real implementation. Now we are starting with motor oil, but before we didn't have any real implementation. So we had only some small pilots, and we have laboratories. So research and innovation played a crucial role, let's say, kickstarting the education, the skilling, the upskilling, and the reskilling of the people. And it will, for certain, continue to play a key part. Many of the people that will go to work in the industry before they have passed from the research environment. So this is very crucial to continue, but also it's very crucial to be able to adapt, let's say, to the industry perspective and industry level of commitment that is needed. But keep in mind also that the human dimension of innovation is really also critical. How to translate complex science into training modules for engineers, technicians, all those operators, even law. We said before with Konstantinos that even law is very crucial, because they need to learn about hydrogen also. But as my colleague here said, as Christina, also new things that need to be adapted to the training. So gamification, even VR, simulation, modeling, all these things need to be adapted to the industrial level.
Thank you.
Very complex answer. So as Christina was saying, a lot of the jobs that are necessary, you're a plumber for gas, so whether you have natural gas or methane or biogas or hydrogen doesn't make a huge difference. But there are other areas like vehicle propulsion where you have a completely new technology. So in a sense, we need reskilling or upskilling, whatever you want to call it, for lots of professions, mainly for stationary hydrogen applications, whereas for very specific others, we need a complete new setup. Electrochemistry, batteries, fuel cells, electrolyzers, all that is new technology a lot of people will not understand. that can be solved. It's not a research problem. I don't see research here, and I don't really see innovation in teaching, because I still believe that if you want to learn something, you read a textbook. If you can't read a textbook, whatever. You've watched 100 YouTube videos or whatever, you're still not skilled. So you need some sort of training that is formalized. So having said that, of course, you have to adapt to today's attention span of students, so you have to go through some things, but gamification alone will not solve that. So you have to have a mix of all these things, to be honest. So that's why I keep saying you need all these offers, and people have to pick out of these offers which actually serves their purposes. So, and at the bottom line, of course, translating actual research into something that students or pupils can interact with, that will create their interest in the subject. And if you go back 30, 40 years, like the moon landing program was exactly like that. You brought it to the schools, and essentially you got everybody excited, and that sort of moved it forward. And we're still lacking that. So the basic knowledge that we actually need is safety. People have to understand safety. And coincidence or not, I'll be starting the project on the 1st of January, Permittee, that will be training all the permitting staff. So the people who write out the permits and the people who write the applications for permits. So speaking the same language, 20 European languages, and getting the basic training on what is safety, what do you have to look at, and how can you trust hydrogen technology. And I think that's a huge stepping stone. When people get more accustomed, they understand it, they understand the risks, and then it can move forward. But that's a totally different topic to all the backlash we're seeing currently, internal combustion engines being promoted, whatnot. It's a bigger picture we're currently facing. I'm not sure we can only do that from our own accord. We'll need a lot of political pressure on all this.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. So we cannot go on because you consume all our time. Maybe we can close the session and giving also, the last thoughts about, we are discussing about new skills, but also we are debating a lot in Europe about also the European backbone. So my question to you, so I don't want to leave, close the session with a fact, but with a question. What about the new skills in the Mediterranean area in North Africa? So will be needed. It's something that we need to also to approach. It's not only a topic for Europe, but it's also a topic for our close countries, and this will be, the next step. Thank you very much to everybody. I hope to be on time for the next session, and thank you to our speakers.
Thank you very much, Viviana, for excellently moderating this. You together take a picture while I would like to now take the pleasure to introduce back my director, Valerie Bouillon-Delporte, and she will moderate the last session of today. She will indeed look more into the future, probably building on what has been said the whole day, about basically the role of innovation in competitiveness, and of course to guide us into the closing and the end of the day. Valerie, my pleasure.
Thank you, Mirela. So we're reaching the end. We still have a very exciting discussion ahead of us. We heard a lot about our key achievements this morning. I was lighting them in my introduction this morning as well. And you can see that since our reception many years ago, the Clean Hydrogen Partnership has played a key role in scaling up hydrogen technologies. We started and focused at the beginning on laboratory disruptive innovation, but the more we're moving forward ahead, the more we're going from lab to market. And we need to accelerate even more on demonstration. We need to lower the technological risk. We need to advance standards and certification for clean hydrogen. So there are still many, many challenges and many tasks on our plate. So the job is not done. And if we want to maintain leadership in Europe, we need to carry on. So our ambition, and it was stated many times today, is for hydrogen to be a champion, to remain a champion, not only in Europe, but also with a capacity to be a champion worldwide. So we now need to shift from demonstration to industrialization, and we need to join forces as well together. Before inviting my guest speakers on stage, I would like to share with you a video from Christian Eller. Christian Eller couldn't come, and he gently suggested to send us a video instead. He is an MEP, but he's also the coordinator of ITRE, ITRE being the Committee on Industry, Research, Energy and Technology. It's a very short video, 3 minutes, so enjoy it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to address you today. I apologize myself for not being in the room, but I wanted to reinstate my commitment to developing a world-leading hydrogen industry in Europe by a video message. Hydrogen is essential for a European future in which we balance our competitiveness, our climate neutrality objective, and keeping our environment livable. We know that we have no decarbonized and substantial future without hydrogen. We need hydrogen to fuel our clean industries, our clean maritime transport, and our clean aviation. We need hydrogen as a feedstock for our clean chemical industry. We need hydrogen to make our renewable energy system work. This is clear. But how do we deliver that? We deliver it through research and innovation, by turning science into usable industrial processes and products, and that is where the joint undertaking comes in. We know from the Horizon Europe interim evaluation that the GU played an important role in bringing together fragmented R&I activities on hydrogen. This is the unique selling point of joint undertakings. It brings together public and private funding at the European level to create a critical mass of activities that really accelerates technology development in Europe. The Horizon interim evaluation also showed that the GUs is making a concrete and valuable contribution to the Union's climate objective by accelerating the take-up of hydrogen in Europe. For example, the hydrogen valleys set up under the GU are a world-leading example for how the development of lead markets can be stimulated by public sector interventions. The joint undertaking also provides very concrete contributions to the mission innovation agenda for a global push to accelerate clean tech innovation in order to address climate change. However, we are living in a different world now compared to when the joint undertaking was set up. Geopolitics changed, the European Union changed, energy politics changed, industrial policy changed. In my view, this underlines the importance of your research and agenda, which addresses all the urgent priorities: renewable hydrogen production, renewable storage and distribution, hydrogen use in transport, hydrogen use in industry and our energy system. However, we now need to move from R&I to industrial scale-up. This will require a shift in the joint undertaking. Hydrogen will contribute to decarbonization, but clean hydrogen is not the only route there. Especially for the industrialization, we need a more neutral approach. We need a hydrogen industry to develop that is as low carbon as possible. A hydrogen industry that will fully decarbonize over time. But we need the industry and therefore the market to emerge now. This means pragmatically accepting that not all hydrogen is clean for now. You cannot do this alone. We need regulatory clarity. Hydrogen will fail in Europe if the European Commission insists in the Green Deal ideological approach to hydrogen, as we see in the debate on the Low Carbon Hydrogen Delegated Act. But European investments will be key. If the new MFF, the joint undertaking should play an even more important role. Joint undertakings can and should be a bridge between Horizon Europe and the European Competitiveness Fund. This will mean you will have to further develop your competences in order to implement industrial projects. At the same time, it will be even more important for the joint undertaking to guard the investments in lower tier research because otherwise our innovation funnel will run empty. If we forget lower TRL research, we undermine the long-term competitiveness of the European hydrogen industry. Competitiveness should not be used as an excuse to develop a planned economy. Our GU has a perfect structure to foster this more long-term approach due to your unique membership structure. Having the dual private-ship membership of Hydrogen Europe, representing industry, and Hydrogen Europe research, representing the research community, allows you to take both perspectives. I would invite the Commission to build on the success of this structure to ensure continued and structured investments in the acceleration of the development of the European hydrogen industry, while maintaining a scientific leadership in the sector. I truly believe that we have no alternative. We want to achieve climate neutrality in 2050. We want to have a livable continent for our children. We want to maintain our standard of living and prosperity. We want good industry jobs in Europe. We want all this. It means we want a hydrogen-based economy. If we want that, we need a joint undertaking, and you have every backing from me and the Parliament. Thank you for your attention.
So that set the tone for the panel which will follow, and in which we'll discuss what can we do more in order to secure the role of hydrogen and how hydrogen can secure European competitiveness. Of course, we'll look a little bit, how did the GU help building champions? Where were we successful? Why is research and innovation so important? But also, what can we do better and what is missing? So it's my pleasure to call on stage the chair of the governing board of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, Danica Maljković. My pleasure as well to call on stage the Deputy Director General of DG Research, but also the Vice Chair of the Governing Board, Joanna Drake, and Luigi Crema, President of Hydrogen Europe Research and also member of the Governing Board. Thank you. I will stay here if you don't mind. It might be easier for me. So first, what I would like to do with each one of you is to start by looking backwards. So we'll set the panel in two parts, looking backwards and then looking forward. So my first question will be to you, Joanna. When we look back, because the GU was established in 2008, a couple of years ago, how did it help building European champions? We talked this morning about Hydrogen Valley, about startups, about major technology milestones. But in your opinion, what were the main success factors?
First of all, thank you so much for having invited me here. And I also thank all the audience who have lived it out for the whole day on hydrogen. First of all, I think, looking back, I think MEP Eller has already outlined the main point about the partnership and the joint undertaking, and that is the fact that we have brought the fragmented bits together. In other words, the collaboration between research institutions and also enterprises were everywhere, bits here and there, but I think this has been the convergence point, and I think we need to acknowledge that. I think we need to acknowledge that in general this has meant that there was a focus on driving innovation. That is another one. And that today we cannot say that hydrogen is an emerging technology, as the EU is now itself reaching a gigawatt scale of production capacity. We today have 100 hydrogen valleys, for instance, in the Hydrogen Valley platform, 70 of which are in the EU. And counting the 2019 to 2024 calls, 21 hydrogen valleys were funded by the joint undertaking with 1.3 billion. So I think these are all, the sort of very good points that we have to mark off. And also, I have to say that there has been a focus, apart from converging the fragmented bits together, is that the drive was inspired by a focus to reduce the cost of clean hydrogen and also to create the ecosystems, the deployment ecosystems. But we have to look ahead, and we have to look at what has been achieved in practice. So looking ahead, I think the next year will be a crucial year, because we need to do much more of the convincing, I think that MEP Erla has also mentioned earlier, to the investors to continue to support, to look for quickly and maybe quicker, the viability now and the sustainability of the clean hydrogen solutions. And also to continue to sustain the manifestation, if you like, or the demonstration to governments and best practices that clean hydrogen is in fact a building block of the green economy. So the main cost components of renewable hydrogen, which is renewable electricity and electrolyzers, is actually what is still the problem today. We have made concerted efforts to speed up the deployment of renewable energy sources, both on land and on sea, accompanied by even cheaper large-scale batteries. But until renewables are themselves the main source of electricity itself, and as long as we don't have the necessary complementarities with energy storage, I think the price of electricity would remain what brings down what could be a much more viable equation and formula. In other words, the competitiveness of renewable hydrogen in Europe itself. And also, I think we need to mention the high energy prices and also the production of electrolyzers, which is still not scaled up as fast as we need. Just to mention a few figures, we had a targeted 6 gigawatts by 2020 and the hydrogen strategy for installed renewable hydrogen electrolyzers by 2024, with up to 1 million tons of renewable hydrogen produced. By 2030, the figures were 40 gigawatts and 10 million tons, respectively. And these were also included in another strategy with the Repower EU strategy of 2022, but we are not on track for achieving the hydrogen-related 2030 targets. In fact, by 2024, only 0.67 gigawatts of electrical capacity of electrolyzers have been installed when we compare to 2.7 gigawatts in China. So what is important in the near future? Well, it's obvious that, first of all, I think we need to spread the word. We need to do a bit of evangelization, as it were, about the projects and the solutions where the cost reductions have been achieved, thanks to the EU support channeled through the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and more important, to highlight the uptake of competitive hydrogen solutions by startups and SMEs. We are, as you know, in the current Commission proposing solutions for scaling up in the EU Startup and Scale-Up strategy, and this obviously has a plethora of actions which are being proposed in order to launch and grow technology-driven innovative companies. Therefore, my conclusion would be that the role of the JU going forward would be very critical to continue to support innovation, to continue to lower the costs of renewable hydrogen production, as well as its applications, and also to support, in doing so, the startup and scale-up strategy in the hydrogen sector.
Thank you, Joanna. Let me remind you one figure which was shared during the high-level policy conference and which come from the study made by Hydrogen Council. Of course, we speak a lot about the project we failed, 52 of them in the past 18 months. But you have a current pipe of more than 500 projects worldwide which reach FID. That means for one project failing, you have 10 which are moving forward. So sometimes we like bad news, but we need to remember the good ones. I would like to turn to industry before going to research, and turns to Danica. Danica, when we look back, how did the GU help industry taking off when it comes to hydrogen? What are the key achievements that the GU enable within the industry?
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Valerie, for this panel and for the question. So I think everybody who comes from industry knows that there is, when you develop a project, when you think where to go, you at the beginning are of course very motivated and optimistical. And then as time goes, you do need support. So just knowing that there is, I would say, joint undertaking, so there is a certain point of dialogue between the regulatory bodies, there is a certain point of dialogue to the public partner, and then this is the technology that Europe needs, is in itself motivation and a message that is, I believe, very valuable to the SME startups and industry as a whole. Of course, there is a particular funding. Yeah, okay, it's always nice to get a project. It's always nice to get co-financing, and of course that means a lot because this Horizon Europe is one of the probably best financing mechanism for research and development globally, certainly one in EU. So there are, as you mentioned, a number of companies that started really as really small companies and now are, highly valuable companies that have been brought up actually by this GU from 2008. So just knowing that this type of facility exists, that there is a private-public partnership gives a sort of a push to the industry, and just this being not only, as I said, for financing, but there is information dissemination, there is certain networking, there are ways that you, within Hydrogen Europe, we started to do, I would say, build-up of partnerships between the members. So Hydrogen Europe as itself has more than 600 members now, so now we're trying to make better links between us. So it all ends up this overall picture that we have within Clean Hydrogen Partnership, which is actually a way forward for the European industry from both private and public side, and being clear in where we want to go.
Thank you. And on the research side, during the different panels today, everyone agrees that in order to remain competitive, we need to maintain the effort on research and innovation. We should not stop. But before looking at what still needs to be done, how did the Clean Hydrogen GU and FCH GU before helped catalyzing research and innovation in hydrogen? And I would like you, Luigi, to identify the major breakthroughs and also to pay a little bit of focus on skills, which was the discussion on the previous panels.
Yes. First of all, I think, and I'm sure that the JU overall, even with the great support from the program office, created the glue in between the different actors in Europe that step by step, we were considering that we started in 2008 in a totally different environment than it is today, that supported step by step to a common understanding between institutions, industries, and research institutions, and universities. So this has been quite a long process, optimized in time, and then being able, particularly in the last framework program, even to act proactively in implementing the European strategy on the hydrogen sector. We were discussing year by year on what are the most strategic priorities for Europe in the research and innovation sector, looking at the same time to what we need to develop for the next generation and what we need even to improve today, supporting the industries. We should even be aware, be conscious that in 2008, as research entities, we were probably a pool of universities and research institutions that were more used to work in small laboratories, more on the push approach of new ideas, and that's very important. We need to continue, of course, looking to the future technologies, starting from blue sky research. But today we are a more evoluted entity as Hydrogen Europe Research, with more than 160 members between universities and research entities, and even with different roles supporting the development, the research and the innovation in the hydrogen sector. So together with the standard researchers in small labs and looking to fundamental research, now we have innovators that with a background of scientific excellence are working more with an industrial methodology in terms of times and deliverables. And in Europe, we see an increase in terms of numbers and scales of research and technology infrastructures that can help working together with industries, even in accelerating the research, innovation, development loop. That's part of the competitiveness, because we need to accelerate this loop in Europe, not only having more resources, but even being faster in deploying technologies from the ideas to keep competitiveness towards other geographies in the world. Just to give you a number, together with the one that you mentioned, Valerie, today the first market is China, globally, 33 billion euros of investment. The second, the US, and only the third, Europe, which is towards the half of the investments in China. But competitiveness is not only related to markets, because we can have markets in Europe but not being competitive as European ecosystems. So I think we should continue to work together, and today we have more than 400 projects developed to secure the competitiveness of European technologies in a coordinated way. But we should improve in this coordination, in the synergies, and working even together with other programs, of course.
Okay, you made a perfect transition to my next question to Joanna, because we talk a lot about synergies, but synergies is also about having a good coordinated governance. And within the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, we have an advisory group, a state representative group, where we have member states helping us to define the strategy. But how could we work better in the years to come with member states, and how can we better align European priorities with national priorities? Joanna, any thought of that?
Of course, you need a good instrument, a good platform for that. You need the political will, and you need the means to make it happen. And I think in terms of platform or instrument, it exists already. And it's been existing for a number of years, which is what is called the SET plan, the Strategic Energy Technology. And the whole idea behind this was to speed up, through alignment with the national priorities, with the national funding, and the other instruments, the policy instruments as well, between the member states, in order to accelerate the technologies and to scale them up, and to actually reach and mark the goals that are being achieved in terms of the transition to clean energy. Well, we believe that through the renewed platform, the SET plan, which has been renewed, we believe that we can do this even better now. In other words, we can imbue the SET plan with a hydrogen work stream, which we have done in the renewed platform. In fact, we are currently preparing the next SET plan conference, which will take place with the member states in Denmark under the Danish presidency in November, so a month from now. And as I said, hydrogen is one of the new work streams. We believe that this will benefit, the hydrogen work stream will benefit from the fact that the momentum has already been reached between the member states. There is also, as I said, the political will to get there faster and better and much more together, to align much more the priorities of the national research and innovation actions, and also to streamline the objectives as well, together with other strategies that already also are in existence, like, for instance, the Net Zero Industry Act, the European Green Deal Industrial Plan, the Repower EU, which are all existing in order to complete this tableau, if you like, of incentives and alignment objectives, strategies that could also help the member states achieve even more national momentum, let alone momentum at European level. But of course, the urgency of these additional efforts is not coincidental. I mean, it's as I said, pressed by the fact, and the components I mentioned earlier, the elements I mentioned earlier, that hydrogen still has its challenges. Some promising European projects are facing delays. It's good news to hear that 1 out of 10 is the black sheep, if you like, only 1 out of 10 and not more. But there's still the fact that some very promising projects are in fact facing delays and have even been cancelled in recent months, like, for instance, the Hydrogen Bank. And therefore, I think in this context, which still needs quite a bit of joining up to do and to be seen to be done in order to encourage investors, as I said, to keep on supporting and investing in this area. It's basically to enhance these joint efforts in a much more coordinated way. And I think the clean hydrogen economy may be less in size compared to the 2020 projections, but as I said, because of the hydrogen price, which has not declined as fast as accepted, but in the coming years, we believe that with all these different incentives and strategies, and also the platform which is already there, and it's not like a new instrument which is about to be tried and tested. It has been tried and tested, and it is about to take off with a new, fresh, if I may, oxygen as well. I think this will mean that there is much more understanding of the pragmatic solutions that need to be taken in order to make Europe stronger. And I think as Europe, even in the geopolitical context, I think we are much more aware of the importance of scalability and also affordability of clean hydrogen. And I firmly believe that this will be the right context and the right, if you like, leverage for competitiveness to be achieved also in this area.
Thank you. And Danica, in his video, Christian Eller mentioned that not only the geopolitical situation changed, but also the industry changed a lot. And I think we're all very curious to know your opinion about what will be the technology that could keep European companies competitive in the next 10 years, and what are your expectations as industry representative?
Well, in the hydrogen market, yes, of course, we have our forerunners, and we did most of our development in the field of green hydrogen from electrolysis. So being one of the hubs both for renewable energy, as Joanna said, both onshore and offshore. These are probably the forerunners that we will have in the next 10 years. Still, there are other technologies coming more and more in light. So probably what we want to do is to have this green molecule of hydrogen in an emission-free way. And we are now becoming aware that we might need to scale up. And I think that Europe, as we saw in the address of Mr. Eller, is more and more looking into expanding this horizon of the acceptable technologies. We certainly need something to get us moving. So we heard on the Hydrogen Week that probably we will have, certainly we will have to have a certain share of import of hydrogen from other markets. But anything that will start flowing the hydrogen throughout Europe will then again boost up the development of projects, scaling up of projects, development of other technologies. So I think just maybe put it short, certainly. So green hydrogen electrolysis with renewables, probably thermochemical production with emission-free from other sources and from materials that are not, I would say, geopolitically questionable. So we want firstly to have our sources, domestic sources, made in EU.
And at the GU, we're very blessed because on the private side, we have both the industry voice, but also the research voice. Same question to you, Luigi. How do you see the next challenges in order for Europe to stay a champion?
Yes, and even I'm following on some of the comments by Christian Eller on the modified situation, which is at the same time geopolitical, but even industrial, economic, and so on and so forth. So we have already heard today that we must secure our supply chain. We have, only looking to electrolysis, a lot of critical raw materials that have one single supplier for more than 70% of the materials. At the same time, working inside the JU and addressing these priorities, we were able to reduce by one order of magnitude the use of these materials in some of the new technologies. So this process should continue in addressing securing the supply chain. Of course, research should have a circular approach. It's not a linear development, so that the job at a certain point is done. We should continue developing novel technologies, solving the problems that we have today, improving performances, reducing the costs, limiting the risk on the supply chain, at the same time even developing the next generation solutions that will come in the coming years. This could keep, of course, technology leadership in Europe. That's more critical today than compared to the past years, and this is even related to the intensity of the funds that should come to the sector. I think Europe has a very high intensity in research, innovation, support, but sometimes this intensity is fragmented in a lot of different programs without or with a small coordination that, from my point of view, should be improved in the next future. In the next future, I see the need of a new JU that can take care not only of research, innovation, but even starting to support in a coordination with other programs. This does not mean that other programs should not exist, but even of scaling up and even developing the early markets. There are two buttons that investors in different sectors have to push with a decision. The first button is the decision to invest in scaling up manufacturing, and the other button is the decision to the final investment decision on projects initiative to open the market. I think there's even a correlation between these two buttons, so that if an industry in Europe has to scale up manufacturing, is in the contemporary need of a proximity market where the products should go and have a return of investment. So this is again coming to the overall policy framework to guarantee the growth of the industrial sector in Europe and reduction of costs. On the research side, and I will be brief, of course, there are priorities of research even for the future. We are working in Hydrogen Europe research on research priorities, on skills priorities, on even supporting the sustainable policies for the growth of the hydrogen sector, advising, of course, the institutional stakeholders. On research priorities, we already published a short paper end of last year, and we are preparing a more in-depth analysis inside our working group on low TRL research, where are some of the key strategic priorities of research for the next future, indicating where the technology could arrive, for example, in electrolysis, having new cell design, new materials, using new manufacturing techniques that are today only at the research level, but tomorrow could be at industrial level. We need to qualify hydrogen storage in large depleted basins, probably trying to reach out a wide use of them. We will do the test of the first basin globally in more or less 1 or 2 years from now. But of course, this doesn't mean that we can use all the depleted natural gas basins in the future. You will see this publication coming soon, in the next month, and we will be happy to distribute and share with you our priorities for research in the next future. And coming back to skills, and then I stop.
Because I have another question for you, Luigi, and time is running, so
okay,
very short.
I stop here.
Okay, thank you. But if I may, I would like just very shortly you to comment, because we have, I mean, the number of instruments to fund hydrogen has really increased over the past year, which is very good news. But in the next MFF, do you see, should we keep all these different instruments separated, or should we seek for better synergy between them? Very shortly, from a research point of view, is it useful to articulate, or how do you see the synergy in order to move even faster?
Yeah.
Very shortly.
Yeah, I think we need to improve in the synergies, but in a concrete way. Just to make an example, at the beginning of this Horizon Europe program, there was a sort of agreement that the JU, Clean Hydrogen Partnership, could take care of technology development, and the implementation should have been in other JUs. These synergies probably didn't work so well, because we see that the implementation phase was not so effective. So we need to improve to take care that from the institution point of view, all the value chain, from the research to the innovation to the deployment to the market growth, is coordinated under one single direction. And the JU could take a part of this, a relevant part of this, considering that we improved quite a lot in our dialogue between institutions, private actors of industry and research, and of course we can and we are available to improve more in the next future.
Okay, thank you. Danica, I have several questions for you. Rebouncing on what Christian Eller said, that we definitely need the GU to continue its work in the next 10 years, but with a different scope. What does it mean for industry? How do you see the role of a GU in helping companies to develop both large company and small company with all these different funding opportunities? And how do you see the role when it comes to hydrogen market competitiveness? How do you see the role of the GU? Is it the right instrument to support the industry? Your thoughts?
Well, on the first part, I think that a lot of this work that has been done in the GU previously, I would say on some lower TRLs, innovations and so forth, we are now moving up. So I think the JU should move up as well. We have started, I think, to do that with hydrogen valleys, and here there's a little bit different concept that was already proven under the JU. So I think that there is a capacity to step forward and do more. As it was mentioned before, there are a few buttons. So this first industrial deployment is probably a critical point, a critical path, where the clear support from the institutions like a JU would be highly valuable. They will reduce the risks of the project. So we, within the EU, we have different appetite for risk than, for example, in the US. We are more of, we like stability, we save more than invest more, and so on and so forth. So having JU here as some institution that would give a clear sense of assurance that the public is behind and supports even further the projects would be, I would say, highly beneficial. The second question, I must say, I forgot.
Do you think the GU is the right instrument to still support industry in the coming years?
Certainly. I think without the clear support from the public partner, from the Commission, the industry would somewhat we lose a partner. And in that sense, setting up the hydrogen market has to be somehow dialogue between these two sides. And I think JU is the meeting point of both industry, public partner, and research, and it has been proven in their organization and operation. Yeah.
Okay. We're coming to an end, and the last question will be for you, Joanna. I mean, there's a lot of words, a lot of discussion about the next MFF. I know that the discussion is still ongoing, but how could we ensure a smooth interaction between FP10 and the Competitiveness Fund in the next MFF?
Very easy question.
That's why I ask it to you.
Yeah. Well, what is definitely still being discussed is, apart from a lot of other things, is this question. But I think what is beyond discussion is that hydrogen and renewable hydrogen will still be definitely an important part of research and innovation investment in Europe going forward. That's for sure. Now, in terms of how it will work out, in terms of bridging what is the complement to Horizon, which is the Competitiveness Fund, and how that bridges, in other words, how does the results of the research pipeline feed into the innovation ecosystem? I think that is the big conundrum that we have not solved yet in Europe, it seems. We have many instruments, not least the JU, and I do agree that the JU has proven to be, in many, many instances, a very good instrument. Of course, I mean, it will need improvement, and I'm sure, that the next negotiations will be the point of that happening. But I think what we need to understand is that we all need to work together in terms of not only making the objectives aligned, not only making the strategies aligned, but also turning this into a management plan with milestones and that are attainable and are actually attained. So the challenges are there, and I think if we had to make, what our focus is for hydrogen is that if the same way that we have been the champions in Europe, not only to develop hydrogen as an energy source, but also renewable hydrogen, also on the world stage, on the global development of the market. I think now we have to prove to ourselves that we can make renewable hydrogen much cheaper than it is now in order to make it really a deployable and very affordable and the go-to source of energy for many applications than it is now. I think this is what we need to prove as, if we really are serious, not only about the investment and, pumping the investment into the area, but also showing that with that investment, we can reach that result together. And I think more than, even if your question is very important, I'm not trying to minimize and trivialize that, creating that link between the horizon, that means our investment in research and innovation, but also feeding it into an ecosystem leading to really good and competitive markets. I think that is a big challenge that we need to face with the member states, and we need to make it work internally within the Commission, with which instruments we choose, how we streamline these instruments and make them really work, but also getting the industry players to really work together on really how we manage this together. And I think that is the point, meaning that the member states also need to pull their weight, not only with aligning strategic objectives, but also really participating in, for instance, regulatory alignment as well. And I think which in the hydrogen field is really key as well. So I think, you know, Europe needs to still make this case that the price for the demand, you know, will actually in itself be an incentive for the demand, which is still quite a low demand. And I think the competitiveness fund, it is up to us within this industry, when we say us, to actually formulate this into a narrative that really makes it a very attractive target, that we need to scale up technologies, we need to demonstrate the project supported by the Horizon Europe program. One example could be to scale up at higher TRL, for instance up to 9, TRL 9 projects financed under Horizon Europe or its predecessors, which are in the innovation pipeline. You have mentioned already several of these, Valerie. Another example could be to prioritize renewable projects that have clear offtake by existing industrial processes where hydrogen is already used. And an example, for instance, is the scaling up of renewable hydrogen production with the installation of the 100 megawatt electrolyzer at Rhineland refinery in Cologne, for instance. So, of course, it is also up to us not only to get this alignment really tightened up together and translated into a plan that is not fragmented, that it is one plan, that it's with milestones and really focused on this price issue, but also that we can show through this alignment that the bridge that you have mentioned between Horizon as the source of investment for research and innovation and the competitiveness fund can actually be really brought closer together because we have made it work through this industry.
Thank you. I would like to do a snapshot of what was said during the day today, but also of the discussion. Thank you. I know it's a very tough exercise, so thank you for using your best insight in order to guide us towards what could be the continuation of joint undertaking. What I would like to say is that we see that we already planted some seeds. I mean, Hydrogen Valley is a success. We're still at the beginning of a journey. It's a long journey. And most of the valley, except 2 of them, many of them were financed in our call as of 2022. The second thing is that we realize, so we set the scene by having member state on board, but we need to do more, by having stakeholder on board, which is a new advisory body within the GU, but we need to do more, and by better aligning the strategy with the member states, better identifying where we can make a difference. But for me, we are entering into a new era, which will define the scope of a GU when it comes to Hydrogen Valley, when it comes to startup, but the new era should focus on how can we make a difference when it comes to competitiveness. So I will dare to make a wish, and the wish will be to have the GU as a competitiveness orchestrator. Thank you very much. They deserve a round of applause. We just have a session, a very short closing after the family picture. I know that Yorgo is somewhere behind. Yeah, you're here. I was worried. Okay.
After the family picture. We do it in a second. We do it in a second. And thanks
first hydrogen in 1980. Can I start with saying something? So first of all, congratulations. I did something similar. Many, many years ago, we started in the European Parliament the hydrogen.
We were working together.
I'm a little bit younger than I look. So possibly, but we started this joint undertaking.
But you started on hydrogen very young.
Yeah, that's true, with 17. Yeah, so nice, huh? So I started very soon. But the point is, when we started to make it official, the joint undertaking, by an initiative of the European Commission and then backed by the European Parliament, I had the honor to back this. Hydrogen was a competitiveness tool. Joanna put this very, I liked exactly what you said. It was in order to make Europe competitive. And then you built something up with this joint undertaking. And then came Timmermans. And then came the European Green Deal. And guess what? Hydrogen was there as a tool to help. So all these ideas on the European Green Deal, hydrogen was there to support. Paris Agreement. We got some big targets. You remember? Mm-hmm. That was nice. Timmermans comes to the event.
That was Christmas for us. Huh?
He comes to the event and he says words that we never believed could be true. And then we both sat there and said, we were first row. Said, if we now stand up, he will be astonished. We stood up, applause stood up. The whole audience stood up. It was in
people.
Charlemagne, in the big Charlemagne. Yeah. And Timmermans was overwhelmed. So, whoa. And we did something historical together. We decided to stand up and make the whole room, the whole room stand up. And it was the
beginning.
The beginning of pathos, of this pathetic view on hydrogen was good. Now was good. Yeah, that's the Greek word.
We learned another Greek word today, synergies. I don't dare to say what it's all about because it's a criminal act, but I'm not a criminal. You're not a criminal, okay? So.
Synergies is good. I have another nice Greek word, which I would like to bring in now, because Green Deal good, but we feel, and we have a lot of Commission representatives here, we feel that Green Deal becomes Clean Deal. Now the next Accelerator Act is not called Clean anymore, it's called Industrial Accelerator Act. So the green is out, the clean is out. We need to find a way to understand what the next big thing is. And the next big thing, and I would like to remind you the picture from Scotland, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, shaking hands with Donald Trump and signing something which is not good for us. $750 billion of LNG that we need to buy in 3 years. Good luck. So we had yesterday at our conference
Don't be nasty today, Yorgo, please.
I'm not nasty. I'm not. But I describe things that happened that you might like, you might not like, but they happened. And now comes the thing. Why did she sign that? Because we are not China. We cannot say, we give you more tariffs. We cannot. We are dependent on fuels especially. Energy we have in the electricity field, not bad. We can cope with electrolyzers. We have no fuels. And this is why, and that's what we discussed over the last also 2 days, we need now to head for the next big thing. It's not anti-green, it's green, because if you produce your fuels yourself by green energy, by electrolyzers, then turning it into a green molecule and synthesizing it, then you get this independence that we need.
And I reminded them today, but I would like to state it again. You had in the high-level policy conference a very good concluding session with Bernd Lange from the Trade Committee, giving a path towards accelerating the way to hydrogen in a very pragmatic way. And you were not there, but we had the video from Christian Neller saying we need to be pragmatic. Of course, we have a target which is still on clean, renewable hydrogen, but we need to kick off. We need to find ways to spur as fast as we can the takeoff of the hydrogen market. So I will be interested to have your views on that, Jorgo.
So the point is, you need a narrative. So, well, how do we work, we humans? Why do we buy a mobile phone? Fun. So fear and fun are the drivers. Fear and fun are the drivers of markets. Innovations are a little bit more ivory, a little bit more, but fear and fun is the market. Hydrogen and fun, I don't know. But fear was a driving force, climate issues, climate mitigation. But now it's war, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be honest and let's be clear. This signature from Scotland is just the first signal. We saw the drones, we need to prepare. NATO is just discussing a pipeline to Poland. 30 billion euro, many years. Why don't we build up electrolyzer stations? Fischer-Tropsch? We need to do it. And the point is, we cannot just talk about competitiveness, and we need to do it now. And this is what is the other Greek word that I would like to use. Synchronos, to synchronize what we do here with the big demands that are there out at the moment. And this is indeed resilience, to make us more resilient. And you paved the way towards that direction, but we need to accelerate, all of us together, in order to get there.
And you give us another word, because today we talk a lot about alignment, and for me, synchronizing ourselves is whether we manage to be aligned and whether we will be successful in alignment. So I hope we'll do a better job to reach this alignment, to have this synchronicity, because our market, our industry, our research centers all deserve to remain champions when it comes to hydrogen.
During our hydrogen week, some 750 megawatt of electrolyzer projects were announced or are pre-announced, most in the refining business, most in the Iberian Peninsula, which is good. It's not 10 gigawatt, but it's it's nearly one. It goes into that direction. So we are pragmatic, but optimist. Last year was difficult, I admit. So we have a job, to be clear, in the industry of FIDs, final investment decisions, of 40% from 24 to 25, 40%. One of the reasons, or one of the main reasons, is the unclarity. Is the European Union still green? Is the European Union still clean? And you see, we lost that word. And now it's this resilience issue that we need to go into. Yes? And this is where we now need to synchronize and be fast and be clear. It's not an ideology anymore. It's not, is it green? We need to have the molecule. And we need to bring the molecule to the places where it's needed. Refining plays a big role, but we also need to scale down to have smaller units, to have a dispersed, basically, own-grown energy demand, which will be there, and production.
And as the CEO of the Hydrogen Industry Association, I mean, I know we can count on your full support when it comes to research and innovation. And I would like to mention and remind you that together we have a superpower. And the superpower, it's us. It's the joint undertaking. We're not the only one, but you can count on the superpower that the joint undertaking has given over the years to the industry. Of course, the industry has grown. I mean, you have many different funding opportunities, but we shouldn't be territorial. We need to work together. And we can, our role, I always see the role, and I know my team also see the role of a GU as we set the scene, we mitigate the risk, we're here to go until the first of a kind, the first production series, in order for others to scale up. But we will have mitigated the risk, and then we can scale up.
Absolutely. You are the truffle pick, huh? the one who finds the truffles and goes first into that direction.
Okay, I love truffle, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the picture.
How do you say this? Trüffelschwein?
Un chien truffier.
You see.
When it comes to food, you can ask French.
In German, it's a good expression.
Trüffelschwein.
Trüffelschwein.
Yeah,
it's something very
in
positive.
France, it's a dog. It's not necessarily a Schwein.
It's a dog.
Okay?
Yeah. Okay, so it's the first one to be there. It's the one who has the right reflex to go into the right direction. That's the JU, that's you, that's also Mirella, that's all of you. And we are very grateful for this cooperation. And we are strong together. Can I give you a gift?
Yeah.
So after this exhausting Hydrogen Week, which was good, it was optimist. We had 1,200 guests.
Not yet over. Tomorrow, we're still European Hydrogen Week.
I know.
Okay.
But it's a very good week. 1,200 guests is a lot, I have to say. And we had very good messages also by the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Teresa Ribeira. So all is on its way. But we need to be resilient. So my gift to you is a book, Make Hydrogen Not War, which is basically the signal of the next era. Synchronize with the next big narrative. And we will be there. We will be ready.
But you need to sign it. You need to make it very special for me.
I will. No problem.
So with this, I invite you, I don't know where it is, but there is a cocktail. So it's downstairs when we had the meal, the lunch. Okay, so you know the way. If you get lost, there will be people to indicate you where it is, downstairs, ground floor. Have a drink all together, take the time to network, and I hope many of you will still be there tomorrow morning. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening. So we need a picture. Come.
I just came for the kiss.
Where is the... she's coming. Thank you for coming.
You don't remember me in 2014 at the European Parliament when I wrote all the papers for you together with the German.